Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you happen to be in this world today. How are we doing? Getting ready for another Spline Design Studios Saturday. Trying to get some things set up here. I've been in communications with Racer James and trying to get these things put together here as far as the things we want to work on today. Just got a new set of files I want to work on here today, so I'm just trying to get this thing set up here really quick. So I just want to bring this over here, so bear with me a few moments, I guess, as far as I get these things set up. Hope everybody's doing well. Weather's doing much better here today, and outside got some fresh air. There's Racer James. How we doing here? Racer James. Chavez coming in as well. Are you going for the shot, the slots, the risk? So far, somewhat successful. Is that 2 out of 3? 2 out of 3. Yeah, looks like 2 out of 3 there. Not too shabby. All right, so lots of stuff to go over here. This should be pretty interesting here as far as what we got going on here. So this will entail not necessarily in specific, I guess, for the North Wilkesboro scratch track build for the NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation, but it can also be applied potentially to other track builds of the same simulation. So yeah, that's something that we're going to be going over today. Kind of somewhat of a last minute thing kind of put together here, but I think this should be pretty informational. Just checking over some of these new files that James has given me here. So just to give you a clue, I know I don't have the current deal, I guess, set up in here, but just to give you an idea of what we're going to be dealing with here, just to take the suspense off of it. It's going to entail what's considered a message center, which will allow, I guess, the ability, I guess, to show track condition, I guess, based on caution, if you want to welcome, you know, kind of a welcome greeting type of thing, or what have you. So this is what we're going to be working on. So right now, currently, this is the the initial model that I got sent from Racer James to potentially apply the scripting to allow those different functions, I guess, to work on it, right? So we've got it in 2 different pieces. Right now I've got the mapping on here just to kind of see what was going on with it. So we got 2 different pieces to be able to potentially manipulate these independently, which is kind of nice. So it'll end up being 2 pieces. It'll be the cab of the truck, as well as the trailer with the screens that will change. So Shav has already scolded the bot, and you got nothing. The bot says, I don't think so. Yeah, that's the way that works. Sometimes the bot's going to be a stinker, it gets that way. So yeah, hopefully, what I need to do, I guess at this point here, I need to get the new model, I guess, that James sent me with some corrected mapping, as we were discussing some texture changes to it. So I need to look at that. This is the initial one that he sent me here, so I'm going to take a look at this new information that we got. I'm going to go ahead and reset this really quick. Let's do that. Let's set this up separate. Throw away that original stuff from today. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. But I want to give people an idea. I already had that loaded, so I just want to give people an idea of what we're going to be doing here. So I got a couple of different scripts that we'll be working with here, because we'll need one for the cab itself, the cab or the truck, to potentially add like population switch to that, maybe even a frequency switch. We'll work those details out, and obviously one that'll have the scripting in, I guess, to be able to flash the particular messages during track condition, be it caution or what have you. So I got a couple of different scripts that we will piece together, I guess, as far as to get what we need from that. This is the new information I got from James, so let me go ahead and bear with me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and extract. I don't know, do you have this in a folder? No. Okay, cool. So let's do this. I need to go extract to here. There's a folder. Cool. So this is the new information that I have. Okay, so you eliminated the 3DO and all that stuff from this one here. You gave me the 3DS. The texture. Here's the new texture. Holy crap. I see what you did. So this kind of gives you an idea of the texture that's going on to this thing. I see what you did now. Nice. So you've got there's 2 screens. That's what we're going with, not instead of 3. I'm gonna need one that's gonna be blank though. I think it would be, maybe we don't. I guess maybe we don't, because during testing we can just have the welcome fans. And in actuality, we can make it so that this thing doesn't even show during testing. So that's something else. Yeah, there's that. Okay. I was trying to understand, I guess, as far as what you meant, Racer James, I guess, about just the 2 screens instead of 3. Because in my initial head there, it was just like, well, we're going to need a blank screen. But we don't necessarily have to, because if we only make this to be visible, I guess, during, say, like, practice, a regular race session as opposed to testing, that could work. We can make this work. So what I need to do is open up these 2 items, I guess, in Max. Yeah, so let me do that. Yeah, you got the 3DOs in the other deal there, which isn't a big deal because that was just a placeholder anyway. Fit right in there, upper right, far. Yeah, that's actually pretty decent. It's obviously a way different configuration than what we had here. My biggest thing is when I opened that initial texture you gave me, it's just a lot of dead space in there. Was my concern. I think you've got that optimized pretty well so far. Yeah, I did see all that. I think I can work with this though. So let me go ahead and open these 2 3DSs up. Let's do that. Let's go. Whoa, what's going on here? Hold on. Just gotta check some stream stuff here. I kind of burped there a little bit. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's load these up. So do an import. Yeah, these are the original ones. I don't want those. I'll go back to desktop. Here's my new one. Corrected mapping. There we go. So I need, this one's the cab. So there's the cab. And I need the message center itself. Merge that. Oh, what the heck? What's up with that? Are those both named the same? The other one wasn't doing that, that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, the other one wasn't doing that. Hopefully that's okay. Hopefully that's okay. Let's see. So we got message cell. Yeah, I'm gonna rename these. I kind of chopped that up there. I know you probably do that pretty quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and just rename these, just so I have it. I'm gonna make a scene out of this for myself, just to make it simpler. All right, so let's do. Let me bring the keyboard. I had the wheel in the way because I was doing some testing there earlier, so it's. I gotta rearrange some stuff here really quick. Here we go. Okay, so let me just rename this really quick. And that's just the product of when you put it in 3ds format, you can only have so many characters, I guess, in the name of your mesh. So it tends to step on that a lot of times, which is not uncommon. So we'll just rename that. Actually, that one is, what do I got highlighted? I hate when it does that daggum artifacting. Stop doing that. Okay, so this is the cab. And this is the... Alright, I want to name these in such a fashion so that it's, I don't like these names, so I'm just going to name these. Let's do this. So all this I want to name in this center. Just for my own, oh man. ENTR, there we go. And this one I want to make the cab, so I'll just name this message cab. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. That'll help me. And I can always rename that later on just to keep it separate in here so when I'm in my items list here I know which one I'm dealing with. Okay, so now that we got these two separate pieces, I'm going to open up my material editor. Just going to see what we got going on here on the UV mapping. Yeah, that's cool. I just kind of shorten it up a little bit as well, just so I can keep it separate. Going across I-40 in New Mexico, stream froze. Oh crap, that sucks. Yeah, let's drive safe there, Chavez. Yeah, definitely stay safe out there. Alright, so what I want to do is get this texture in here. This is the new texture. And I feel that's kind of loud. Turn it down just a tad. Okay. Alright, so let's bring this texture in. Alright, go to diffuse, bitmap. That's the old one. I don't want that one. So I need the corrected mapping. There we go. So we need this bad boy. And we'll apply it to, this is the cab or the truck. Nice. And we'll put it on this part as well. Two separate pieces, like I said. There we go. Now, let's flip this thing around. Like so. So right now, currently what we have in here is the caution. So probably what I'll do, I want to set this to that it's on a static image. I don't want it set so when I make the pass, the model, I guess, that it will have the caution flashing as opposed to staying static. I want to do the welcome part of it first, if that's what we're going with. That's the one I want to start as, you know, my starting screen. So then it'll switch over, I guess, to the caution when it gets to that state. So I want to change the mapping on that one to reflect that. So I'll make the pass for that, and then I'll make the one for the caution. Currently it's on set the screen to caution here. So I need an unwrap and apply that. Open UV, there we go. Mesh to center, cool. So there's our texture. Yeah, this is a lot much better. That's more use of optimizing, I guess, the use of that template. That's for sure. New truck for FS19. Actually, this is Irish Farmer. This is for a racing simulation, NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. And yes, I did say that correctly, 2003. The fact that that simulation is still widely used, I guess, across online and just offline sim racing stuff. But yeah, this truck that we're constructing here is going to be applied to a track build. Not in specific, it can be applied to other tracks, but as an object that'll have some functionality to it as far as switch out, I guess, from welcoming, I guess, the fans to the track, as well as switch over to a caution when the track's under caution conditions, say, for example. Yeah, so this a little bit different, I guess, from the farming stuff, but yeah, you kind of get an idea, I guess, as far as now, as I kind of already shown. But this model is in two pieces. So we got the trailer here itself. You can kind of see that highlighted, and as well as the cab, and they can be manipulated independently to kind of pose it however we want it onto the track. So instead of keeping it all in a straight line, we can pose it depending on where you want to put it on your tracks, for example. Let's put this back. So yeah, that's what we're in the process of doing. So right now, when I'm looking at, I've applied a UV unwrap to this, so I can look at the wireframe to how this model is textured. And I had it open. Where'd it go? Somehow it got closed. Anyway, here's the texture mapping, I guess, for that. There's the texture. You can see the green lines as far as where all that is textured. So what I want to do, in an effort to create a static model that'll start off, that'll show pretty much all the time until it gets to a caution state on the track. That's what I need to establish, I guess, here initially. So that's what I'm in the process of doing. So what I will do, and this is going to involve just two different models. I'll need pass files in this case to be able to have it switch from one to the other. So I'll use the whole trailer, one with the welcome and one with the caution. And the caution will have animation to it. It'll be able to switch frames, if you will. This is what we're trying to accomplish here. So I need to grab these two polys, and I should be able to see that, where that's mapped right here. I'm going to slide it over to this, and that'll be a separate model that I will need to create a pass file. So just the screen, that's all I need. So I can take this, let's get it this way, and slide this down to here. Now I'm not changing, I'm trying to modify the shape of it or whatever. I want them to both be the same, right? Only the thing I want to do is change the location of where that poly is. So if I change that, you're gonna definitely see some difference and how it appears on there. So as it goes from one state to the next or whatever, you'll definitely be able to see that's different if I change the shape of that. So I want to be very cautious as to not do that. So all I've done is just shift drag this down to this position here. So now what I'll show on here is the welcome. And that's what I want. That's what I want. Okay, so that's where I need it to be. What I want to do at this point is kind of give myself a scene. I want to save a scene for this. Alright, come on, ads. Go away, ads. Give me my royalty-free music. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, so what I want to do at this point is make myself... I want to save a scene. All I have right now is just a 3DS of this. I need to close this one, actually. I don't want to confuse myself. That's the previous one that Racer James sent me. This one here's, I only got 3DS for these, so I want to create myself my own scene here as I work on this. So if I can go back in here, I don't have to keep resetting this all the time. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll do the save as, and we'll save to that folder. Clicking on stuff I don't want to. Alright, so excuse the desktop, it's still a little bit messy, but actually got it cleaned up pretty well, actually. Alright, so I'm going to label this as, yeah, it's going to give me some options here, so I'm just going to name this Mesh Center. And I'm going to tag this with, I'm currently in Max 2014. I like to label these now because I've got, at this point, I got 3 different renditions, I guess, of Max. I've got Max 5, Max 2014, which I'm currently working in, and 18. And every one of them, depending on if I create a scene in one, is not backwards compatible to the next. So like, say if I want to open a Max 14 scene in Max 5, not going to happen. So that's why I've gotten into the habit of labeling my scenes to know which version of Max that I've saved it in at this point. Alright, so I'm going to save that, and I'm going to confirm that it did save that. Okay, there's my scene. That's kind of a generic 3ds Max icon, but that's fine. And another reason why I have to label it, I've gotten in the habit of labeling it, because if I just double click on this, it would probably try to open it with Max 5, and it would be like, I don't think so. So that's saved. Now this is the whole thing here. Now what I want to do, I'm going to collapse this for now, and I want to spit this out by itself as a 3ds so I can take that into Max 5 and make a potential pass file. Alright, so let's collapse to all. Oh, yes. Okay, so now that's remapped with that screen on it. Okay, now what I need to do is, I want to make sure there's nothing else hidden in here. I get a habit of that. So there's nothing else hidden. I need to just remove this cab and isolate it just to this. Keep that name, that's fine. Now I want to export this out as a new 3ds. And I won't step on the original one that James sent me. So let's export. Go to desktop and go to that folder. Should have one for the, this is going to confuse me. I'm glad it's renamed, that's for sure. Now let's do 3ds. Now the one that originally sent me. Quick question. What's the question? What's the question in there, Racer James? So there's the cab. So I want to rename this, and I'm just going to do Message Center New for myself. That's all I need that for. So do Message Center New. This is going to allow me to be able to take this 3ds into Max 5 and spit out a pass file. That's all. Alright, let's do that. It's going to bark at me a little bit to say that the texture doesn't like that name. That's fine. Can you set it up to have it no sign on top for testing? No, that's what I was wondering, because I was thinking blank screen so that it wouldn't have anything during testing. The way we've got the texture, whoops, did I close that? Yeah, let me open up this texture. The way we have the texture is just the 2 screens, so we don't have anything that's blank. Just a second here. And that's what I was kind of suggesting there, to have 3 screens, to where you have one that says welcome, one that'll work with the caution, and then one that's blank. Right? So the way this one's designed, we just got the 2 screens. I'm just wondering where do you put the blank one, I guess, at this point. If we have room. Here's the blank's over here. I think you did mention that. So the blank's over here. Yeah, so we could do that. That's totally, yeah, I see it now. I was only looking in these 2 spots here. So yeah, we got this one right here. That's the blank. So we can make one that's for testing. Yeah, that's kind of what I was suggesting there previously, yeah. So we've got one where we can make it for testing, which is blank. We can have one for practice and qualifying and all that stuff, it'll say welcome, and then we'll have a caution state. Yeah, so we can do many, many things with just this one texture. Yes, okay. Alright, I think we're on track there. So this one I've spit out as a... Got several folders open here. What I'll be able to do with this one, just to kind of reiterate, did that spit it out? Yeah, this one right here. So this 3ds will be able to open up in Max 5, so I can get my pass file for that state. Okay, so that part's done. Now what I need to do is I need another one, and I could have probably done the caution one and then the welcomes. That's fine though, but at least I wanted to show. So now what I need to do is I'm going to back this up, get it back to where the cab's there. Cool. And then I want to put that unwrap back on there. See, I could have probably saved myself a step, as I still need one that's going to work for the caution state. So I could have done that one first and then the welcome and so on and so forth. I guess I was in the mindset, I guess, of just doing so. What we're going to end up having to have at this point, since we just discussed this, I'll need 3 separate pass files. One with a blank screen, one with a welcome, and then one to work with our caution state. So that's 3 different ones. So in any case, I'm going to have to do this 2 more times in order to get the states that I need. Alright, so let's unwrap this again. So there's a little bit involved, but it's not incredibly that hard to do. Why in the frick did it do that? Hold on. That was interesting. Here, let me go to this real quick here. Sometimes this will help. Edible poly. Don't know why I did that. That was super weird. Yeah, so sometimes that'll happen. I'm not 100% sure why. What I've come to find, would you see what I just did there? You saw the stripes that came across there when I tried to apply the unwrap. Sometimes when you switch it, convert it to an edible poly as opposed to an edible mesh, you'll get rid of that problem. I've had that happen a couple different times before. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, chances are all you really need to do is just convert it to an edible poly and then apply your unwrap, and then it's usually fine. I don't 100% understand why it does that. It happens every once in a while, though. Okay. Well, yeah, that's the whole point here, Eraser James, as far as... I've done this enough times I can almost do this in my sleep. I mean, it's just understanding what is all involved with it and then be able to, you know, move forward with that workflow as far as what you need to apply to the script. So, now we got this unwrapped again. You need to open up the editor, UV editor. We'll go ahead and apply our texture. I'm going to stretch this out a little bit. And then now I got to move that back. I'm going to make the caution one. Now it might get a little bit tricky. Not tricky hard, but I mean tricky because I'll need to turn this so that it can fit up here, because that's in a different orientation. And I'll get to that momentarily. So I can select the polys either from the perspective view, or the orthographic view here. In fact, speaking of that, let me switch this over to orthographic. And I'm going to resave the scene. So that's in that mode. That's just something I'll be able to refer back to. Orthographic works in a lot of cases much better than just the regular perspective. Because especially if you want to zoom in really far, if you zoom in too close in perspective, you get a lot of clipping. Whereas in orthographic, you will not. So it's like if you're trying to edit certain polys or vertices in the scene, orthographic is a better option as opposed to perspective in that regard. Okay. So now that I've saved that scene, I want to... Oh, so I know what I was saying. So you can either select the polys right here from the viewport, or directly from the UV edit screen this window. So I can go like this or like that. So either way, that's going to select those polys. This is a pretty simple model actually, as far as being able to do that. Alright, so now what I want to do is put this back up to where it was at in the caution. And again, once I got that selected, I'm going to choose this one and do a shift up, and then I'll do it just a vertical motion here. Keep it straight, and do not distort the shape of the polys, because we want to keep those the same shape for all screens. You do not want to morph that or change the integrity of that. I will work on getting template made so this... Oh, cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, so having a template, I guess, for this deal here, that'd be awesome. This is pretty crisp texture too, to be honest. All right, so now I'm basically putting this back to where I had it in the first place, but without doing undos. I can just simply do what I just did as far as to put the poly back. Now we're back on the caution state. I'm gonna collapse this down again. Okay. Once again, I'll delete the cab. I've already saved that scene, so I can always go back. If I screw something up there, I can always go back to that scene that I've saved that has everything where it needs to be. Okay, so now we got just this part here with the caution on it. Now I'm going to export that out as another 3ds. And I'll just do this as a new... I'll just do it as a new B. And I'll have to make no... Actually, I can probably do it as a C, and I'll do the blank as a B. Because that's the other one I need to do, just to kind of keep it. So I'll do a new... Whoops, my bad. New C for caution. C for caution. And you can name it however you like it, whatever makes it easier for you, I guess, to understand which one's what. Make it have sense to you. So we got that. It's gonna bark at me because it doesn't like the texture name. That's fine. Now I'm gonna bring this back again. Okay. And now I want to set it up so I have a blank screen, right? So now I need to, once again, I'm gonna convert this to a double poly, just to satisfy that need. And then we'll go to unwrap. Alright, you already got the texture applied to it. Open that up in the editor. Hold down there. And then now we want it to move those polys over to this blank screen. Let's stretch this out a little bit. This will be our third 3ds that will need to make a pass file for that. So again, I can select it right in here or through the viewport. Let's go to here. Select those two polys. Now for this one, I'm going to need to rotate it to the left because I want to maintain that orientation. This is the top. I need that to be on the top, so I just want to flip that down this way. So I'm going to rotate this one this way. That way I know this is still the top, and I'll be able to see that in the viewport once I move it over. So now for this, I want to move this over to here. And again, I'm not changing the integrity of the shape of that poly. I'm just dragging it into a new position on the texture, which is right here. Just gonna zoom in here a little bit. You gotta get it lined up. Something like that. Now that'll have a blank screen on it. So that'll be my model for that. Okay, so now I'm done with that. I'm gonna go ahead, right click, collapse to all, hold yes. Even though that's collapsed again. So once again, eventually I'm going to get a pass file here. I'm going to need a fourth pass file for just the cab. I'll get to that. So now I want to export this out. So we'll do export to here. And now I want to do this one as a B for blank in this case. And I'm keeping it new because I don't want to step on the original 3ds, I guess, that James had set up there. Just in case I need to use it again. If something screws up, I got something to fall back on. Not to mention the original scene. Always helps to have backups. You never have enough backups. Alright, so export that. And now we're good there. So let's back this all the way up to where we get the cab back. Cool. Same thing here. I'm going to convert this to an editable poly. Now both of these should be an editable poly. I'm going to save the scene again. Now it's going to be at the blank, which is fine. So this scene, when I come back to it, if I ever need to, it's going to be at the blank, which is fine. Alright, so now I should have in my possession here, I should have three 3DSs. One for the welcome, one for the blank, and one for the caution. And that's exactly all I need. We're all using this one texture on all three of these models. So we're getting more bang for our buck, I guess, as far as the use of that texture as on this one particular model. Okay, now that I've got all that I need, I'm going to close this out. I've already saved the scene. So far we haven't made any adjustments to this model as of yet. So I'm going to close this out and open up Max 5. That's what I'll need to use, in my case, to get the pass export. And then we'll get into the scripting. Alright, so let's open up Max 5. Give this a second to load up. And then we're gonna end up opening up those, importing those 3Ds one at a time applying the texture and spitting out those 3 independent, and I forgot to do the cab. I just realized that. That's okay. I'll do that. I forgot to do the cab. I gotta get ahead of myself there. That's okay. We'll get the cab. That's the only other 3DS that we're gonna need is the cab. But for now, we'll take care of the message center as far as the trailer part. So we'll do import. Go to that folder, which is here. Now we got our 3DSs that we'll need. So we'll do the welcome one first. That's the one that's just new. And then we got our B for blank, and then our C for caution. Alright, so this one I want to completely replace. There we go. So we got our model in here. Now, it'll probably have stepped on the name of the model here. I'm going to fix that. Yep, so I'm going to fix that. Yep, we'll change the name of that really quick. And then, see what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to apply, I'll show this here in a second. Instead of resetting the whole scene, I guess on this Max 5, so I have to keep re-navigating it gets back to things. There's clips that we have over at Spline Design Studios, I guess that explains this too. The difference between completely resetting the scene as opposed to just refreshing it, if you will, so you don't have to keep re-navigating to things and redoing things. And I'll get that here in a second. So if I open up the material editor, so I only have to do this one time. Is what it'll basically boil down to. So get my texture, point to that. Got a point there. Let's go point to our working folder here, which should be this one. Yes. So we need this texture. So again, getting this set up initially here. Wow, does that look so funky? Let me render that really quick. It's probably just the way it looks in the viewport. Yeah, so that looks fine. So I just rendering it. It looks kind of funky in the viewport. That's what we want there. That's the welcome screen. Okay. It looks kind of funky in here, but that's fine. That's why I just rendered it really quick. So we got this what we want. We got our texture that we want. We got it name our shape. So that's all good. So now we want to export this out as a pass file. And this is assuming that you've already got the pass export plugin, I guess, already set up correctly. So again, we need to navigate to our folder, which is right there. Whoop, I'm doing it. Did that wrong. Getting ahead of myself. So we do an export, navigate to the folder, and then I need to change this to pass file. So pass, and I don't have any passes in here as of yet. So I'm going to do message center. I'll probably end up naming these pretty much the same as I do the 3DS, just to kind of keep it simple. Let's see. Let me make sure. Yeah, see, a lot of times what will happen if you're typing it correctly, it'll give you all the options of just to kind of keep everything consistent as far as what the naming conventions. You can kind of use this as a guide, you know, to say that to know that you're not mistyping it, say for example. So I want to name this message center pass file and export that out. Now I'm going to confirm that it spit that out. So I should have a pass file. Did I put it in the wrong one? Okay, probably did. Nope, here it is. So here's my pass file right there. So just to confirm that it did spit that out, so I'm good to go on that. Now, without resetting the whole scene, this is what I was talking about, I guess, as far as, so instead of going into reset, I can just delete this model. I still have the texture and all my, you know, what directory, what folder I want it to go into, that's still all set, right? So to kind of save yourself some time, this is kind of somewhat reviewed for most people. I just deleted the model. Now I can import with everything else still set, as far as the texture and whatever. I'll import this guy and the blank one. Go kind of right in order here. And this time I want to merge. Okay. Now for this one, what did it do here? The heck orientation did it put that in a second here? Not sure what it did there. Something happened with this one, looks like. I don't know why it did it in that orientation. Hold on a second. That's weird. Okay, so we got our left, our top, so it's there. Why did it put... You. Holy crap. Damn, Smart Alec freaking scaring the crap out of me. What's up, Smart Alec? You get some bit hype in the chat? Get some exclamation point bit hype. Holy Moses. Scared the bejesus out of me. Holy. Yeah, I think I got that working there. I think I do, yeah. I'm stealing your emote. Oh, thank you for the biddies there, Smart Alec. Nice. Caught me off guard there. How we doing there, Smart Alec? Good lord. That was crazy. You got me good there. Not gonna lie. I'm just trying to figure out why in the heck it oriented this the way it did. I'm gonna try to open up to that other one and see what happened. Wakey wakey. Eggs and bakey, right? Oh my goodness. I don't know why it put it in this orientation. Let me go ahead and delete this one. I don't know why it did that. Oh, it says multiple. What did I do? What is all in this scene? Oh, I must have included the cab in this one. My bad. So I goofed up on that 3DS. See, yeah, it's got the cab in here. I just noticed it's got multiple objects. That's probably why. Okay. Hands off, Snaky. Okay, well, whatever. I guess that works too. I like the wakey wakey eggs and bakey. That's what movie clip is that? Does anybody happen to know? You remember what movie that's from? So I'm gonna have to redo this 3DS is what it boils down to. Let me see what I did. If I did the same thing with the other one. While I'm in here, I'll do this one. I need to merge. Son of a biscuit! I must have did the same thing there. I could have swore I took the cab out. Oh yeah, don't do Chavez. Yeah, Chavez is on the road. Chavez is actually on the road, so yeah. You got to do him one better, huh? Okay, so this one actually looks like it's correct. It might be an issue, and we've run this into this problem before, where I might have to readjust the X form. That might be what's going on here. Yeah, because it should be putting this in here. I shouldn't have to. Yeah, it's there, but it's not in the right orientation, I guess, as far as the perspective here. So I'm gonna have to go back and re-export those out from that scene. Something went wonky there. We'll have to check the X form out. So let's reset this one completely. I did get the one, at least anyway, exported. That seemed to be okay. Not 100% sure what I did wrong there, so I'm going to have to open up Max 14 here again really quick. So let's exit out of there. Let's reopen Max 14. And this is why I saved that scene. So I'll be able to open that back up there and see what the heck I did wrong. So on the one there, I had the cab was still in it, but the other one wasn't, so I'm not sure why I put it in that same orientation as the one with the cab. I'm tend to thinking it was probably had something to do with the X form. Don't know why, but... Oh, now we got VH coming in on action here. Holy smack. VH says, I want a piece of that action. Thank you for the biddies. Get some bit hype in the chat, please. Exclamation point bit hype. What's up, VH? How we doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a little bit of modeling, trying to put this thing together. There we go. Get that some of that bit hype in there. appreciate that. Fantastic. Yeah, so we need to see what's going on with our model that we saved here previously. So let's go open in this case. Need to see what's going on. Yeah, there was nothing hidden in there, so it shouldn't have been too much of an issue with that. Let's see here. Where's my folder? Message center. I got the two of them in here. So this is the one I have in my save scene. Let's see what's going on. So we were able to do the one with the welcome on it. But for some reasons, the 3DS's for those other ones didn't work right. So I think what I'm going to do, this one's okay. I'm going to delete these two just to kind of refresh these. I don't want to use these because obviously those have an issue with those. So I'm just going to flat out delete those and remake those. Both those that I tried to load those in Max 5 were kind of bored. That's good. That's good, VH. You're doing all right. Awesome. Getting the pleasantries out there. So what I need to do is re-export out. So I'm going to have to redo the mapping on that too, unfortunately. No problem. So our blank one, that's probably one other good reason why I saved it this way. That way I don't have to worry about... let me see here. I need to select this, get my unwrap. Probably what I want to do here first, let me check something here. I want to check the X form on this. This is out of curiosity. I don't know why that would have screwed up trying to make those, but just to make sure, I want to apply reset X form, and I want to reset selected. So now when I go in here, I can see this is all nice and straight, so that's good. That's what I expect to see.
Hey, it's
not out of wonkiness.
Please stay home.
Oh, come on, ads.
And help stop the spread of COVID-19.
Stop, ads. Thank you. Go back to the playlist. Cool. Alright, so this is what I want to see when I apply the reset X form. I don't want it to see it out of whack or whatever like that. So this is all nice and straight. So that's good. And that... What is this song? Hold on. Let me pick something else here. Give me a second here. Yeah, let me go to something else here. This is all on TechnoAxe. Music on YouTube, but I'm going to try a different playlist here. That one's got a little bit more verbiage in it. Let's go with this one here. That'll work. Cool. Awesome deal. Rich James giving himself a shot. Slots. What'd you get that time? Is that still 2 out of 3? Looks like it. 2 out of 3. You're on a roll. That's twice you got 2 out of 3. Oh. Alright, so the X form is good. So I can go ahead and collapse this down. So we know it's not an issue with that. I'm not really sure why it would have done that though, to be honest. Let's apply our unwrap to it again. We need to get those two pieces, the one with the welcome and the one with the caution. Those are the two we need. Actually, hold on. The first one that we did was we got the welcome. We need the blank and the caution. So I need this one and the caution. Okay, I had to refresh my memory. I had to remember which one I had. So yeah, the first one we got was able to get the pass file. That was the welcome, so that one's good. So I need a caution to blank. Okay. So this one here, I don't even know if to put the unwrap on it yet. I need this one, which will be the new B. I just need to delete the cab, so I only have this. Okay. So message center there. Okay. I'm just trying to see if maybe I'm trying to follow my steps, because I know I did that kind of quick maybe, and then something happened, I guess, when I exported that 3DS is all I know. Let me look at the pivot here. So the pivot is there. That's where it should be. That's where it was originally set. Cool. Just double checking everything anyway. Okay, so export. Let's go to our folder and we'll spit this back out. Alright, let's just go over here. We want to spit this out as a 3DS. And we already deleted that, so I'm going to do this. This is our blank. So I'm going to do this as new B for blank. Okay. Yep, that's going to bark at me a little bit. Cool. Now I'll go back. It might have had something to do with the undo. I wonder if that was... So our pivot's good there. Pivot's good there. I'm just wondering if it had something to do with maybe going back to the undo. Okay. I'm just retracing my steps to see what I might have potentially done wrong previously there, I guess, to export those 3DS files out. Alright, so now what I need to do is apply an unwrap to this one so I can get the caution. I'm going to have to redo this texture, this model to put the caution on the screen. So let's do unwrap. Open up our UV editor. Bring our texture in. Like so. Now what we need to do is grab these two polys. I'll go into poly mode here. Like that. And again, I don't want it to... What the heck? Why are you not selecting? Select that. What the heck are you doing? Why is it not selecting? For some reason it's not selecting that poly. Why is that? That's weird. Let me see if I can drag select. I don't know why it's not selecting that poly. I'm doing control. Huh, that's interesting. So we're going to have to flip this again to get it back on the caution. Right, so in order to turn this, I got to turn it this way. That's going to be the top. And we'll be able to see that in the viewport, obviously. Let's put this back over here where it says caution. So we're really maximizing the use of this texture to be able to do multiple things, I guess, in basically one texture. So slot machine is still busted. Better call gaming commission. Yep, get the repair guy on it. Alright, so now we should have caution on this one. There we go. Good deal. So now I'll go ahead and collapse to all. Yes. And once again, I'm going to go ahead and delete the cab. I only want this. That's the center. Alright, let's try and export that out. Hopefully this doesn't do it again. So that's our B. You want to change this to, this is C for caution. New C. I'm just trying to really pay attention, I guess, to my steps. So obviously I must have did something wrong to disorient that. Because the first one was fine. And so that's all good there. Alright, just confirm that that's exported out. So now we've already got this one. That's that pass. Now we need to get the B and the C. So we'll try this again. See what's up. While I'm in here, I might as well go ahead and get the cab too. Yeah, so let's bring this back. Because I forgot to do that the first time. So let's get the cab. So this time I'm going to delete out this part and just keep the cab. So that one's message cab. So I'll export that out as message cab. Keeping these all the same name, I guess, as the their shape or whatever, as far as that goes. Again, just keeping it more simple that way. Okay, so message cab, export that out. It's gonna bark at me because of the texture name. Cool. Let's bring this all back. Now, I'll just confirm again, just to make sure that it did spit that out. Uh-oh. Did I step on... I think I did. Shoot, I did. I stepped on the original... Yeah, it didn't give me the option, to say... nuts. So I stepped on the original file. I didn't want to do that. Crap. Dadgummit. Yeah, see, I probably could have just used this 3DS instead of... That's alright, though. The original one that Rachel Jane did send me, I stepped on that one. I just exported that. It didn't give me the option to overwrite. That's what I needed to check there. So I just overwrote that. So hopefully that doesn't screw that up. We'll find out. So we got this cab. I could have just used this cab, original 3DS file, as opposed to re-exporting that out. But Too late now. Now I'll go ahead and reset this. Hopefully that works when we go back into Max 5. Alright, let's go ahead and open Max 5 again. I hope we don't have the same issue. I really don't know what it is. Like I said, the common thing that'll happen when you get that orientation like I've experienced when I opened up Max 5 here is the X-form will be screwed up. But we already confirmed that that wasn't the case on it, so not really sure. So we're just going to go ahead and re-export the 3DS as we just did and bring them back in and see if that hopefully corrected the problem we had. So I'm going to do import once again. Go to our folder, which is this one, and we already have this one, so I'm going to do the blank. This one, because I'm going to have to redo all this, I got to completely replace. Why does it keep doing that? I don't understand why it's doing that in this perspective here. Alright, hold on. Let me do reset. Let me bring back in the way it should load. This is what's boggling my mind. I don't understand what it should be doing. Where's my new? So it should be loading it like this. That's the way it should be loading it. So the fact that it's not loading it that way, I don't know why. This is the way it should be loading in the perspective, and that's what's confusing me. I'm not sure what's different on those other 3DSs that it's loading it differently. See, the pivot's where it should be. I can't use this one against it to apply the other texture because this one's based on the welcome. That's what this one has. That's mapped to put the welcome, I guess, on the screen. So that's why you got to have the 3 separate 3DOs. But I don't know why. I'm kind of confused there. So let's see, import. Try this again. So this blank, completely replace. Why is it loading it in this way? I don't understand that. Huh. Let's try to zoom extents. Is there multiple stuff in here again? Nope, it's just the one thing. Okay. I don't know why it's loading it in this way. That's weird. Is that the zoom extent? Why are you loading in this way? I don't understand that. It shouldn't be doing that. I don't know why it's doing that. The scale's fine, it's just it's not orienting it the same way as that other one. I'm just trying to figure out why. Never had this happen. And usually it's an X form. When you get that type of thing happen, a lot of times it's just usually the X form gets screwed up. We've already confirmed that that's not the case. So if again, I'm just going to re-import this one. This is how it's supposed to look. Completely replaced. That's how it should load in the perspective. Huh. Well, if in any case, what I can do here, I can try this. I don't usually like to do the mapping stuff, I guess, in Max 5 here. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Okay, there we go. I'm going to try and do the UV mapping in here as opposed to Max 14. Something's going on there. I'm not really sure what. So what I'm going to have to do is apply material. Let's go into the material. We'll work through this problem here. So let's apply our diffuse. That's just super strange. That's a new one to me. Okay, so just to confirm, we'll render this to make sure that is the welcome, which it is. Okay. Now I'm gonna go into here. Yeah, see now for here it's in a mesh. I'm gonna convert this to an editable poly, just like I did in 14. Okay, and then we want to unwrap. Whoops. Oh, come on, really? Freaking mouse. Are you freaking kidding me? Stop it. Alright, so we gotta go down to our unwrap. And open this up here. It's a little bit not quite as how do I want to put this? It's easier to do this in Max 14 than it is 5 because that's huge generation gap, I guess, as far as 3ds Max goes, as far as being able to map things. That's why I like to usually do these types of things in Max 14. It is possible in 5, don't get me wrong, but it's just a little bit easier in because like in Max 5 you don't have the option to be able to filter your pieces in here, for example, as well as options, I guess, as far as oh my god, this is so freaking frustrating. I don't know why it's doing that. I really don't want to do it this way. It's so much more primitive in Max 5 than it is in Max 14. Oh man. I mean, it is possible, don't get me wrong. It's just so much harder. Let's see. Let's do this. Advanced options. I don't want to tile that. Change the brightness. Yeah, so in order to get this to caution, I just need to move that up to there. But to do the blank, that's going to be a little bit tougher to do. Which is up there. Man, this is so frustrating. Okay. I'm going to try this. I'm not going to like it, but seems to be the only way I can see that. It's twice that I've tried to export to 3DS, I guess, from 14. Why it's importing it in the perspective of that fashion, I don't know. I could probably go ahead. I need to change the size of this is what I need to do. So this is a... forgot what size this is. 2048 by... image information. 2048 by 1024, okay. I'm going to try it this way and just tough through it. That's boggling my mind as far as like why it's loading it into perspective that way with that 3DS. That's just crazy. Alright, so 1024. There we go. We get the texture the same size. There, that's better. That's much better. Okay, so now I'm going to... got these polys selected. Again, I don't want to disturb, I guess, the shape of the polys. I just want to put it on the caution here, like so. That's what should show me. We'll go ahead and render this. There, so we do have it applied to the screen. Okay. So it is now what we need to have. Collapse all, yes. Now I'll go ahead, let me rename this. Okay. Now let's spit that out as a pass file. Okay. I'm still just thinking through it as I do this. I'm just trying to think of what could possibly be going on with how that's re-importing into the from the 3DS into Max 5 here. That's just, I can't get past that. Shouldn't. I'm not sure really why it's doing that. So we want to go like this. This one's going to be our B. So I want to rename this, or C, I'm sorry. This is for caution. We still need to do the blank one though. So we'll spit that one out. I'm going to confirm that exported. Alright, so we got message center pass, and then our message center C pass. Okay, so that did export. Awesome. Now what I'll need to do, reapply and unwrap. And now we need to get our blank one, a blank screen. Okay, just go into here, select our faces. So I need those two faces again. Now this is where it might get a little messy for me, because Where in the frick did you put that? There we go. I'm going to need to turn this. See, I'm going to have to reset all this again, too. Crap. This is what I hate about Max. It's so primitive. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright, so I need to reset all this again. This is why I like 14. It's so much more modern. I just wish I could figure out why in the heck it's doing that with that imported 3DS. Alright, so we don't need to tile it. And we'll increase the brightness. Alright. See, in Max 14 I don't have to do all this crap. That's what's... Now, what I'm going to need to do, these two polys I got selected, you can see them right there. I need to turn it so it's on here. This is where it's going to get a little tricky because... I've got to rotate 90 degrees this way so I can get it on that blank. That should be the right way, hopefully. I hope. See, and that changed the integrity of... See, that's what I don't want. Son of a biscuit, anyway. Yeah, so I just did a Control-Z, Control-Z. See, that's changing the integrity of the polys, and I don't want that. As far as the shape of it. Saw how it distorted it when I rotated it? I don't want that. This is what I don't like about Max 5. Okay, so if I rotate this one this way... Yeah, see how it's changing the shape of that? I mean, I can resize it, don't get me wrong, but see, in 14 it doesn't do that. So... And this is so irritating. Alright, so I'm going to have to fit this in here like this again. I mean, this is not going to be part of an animation. It's going to be more or less static, so it shouldn't be too much of a big deal. But I'm just trying to work the problem as far as that I'm having... Exporting a 3DS from Max, bringing it into 5, and it's not importing correctly into the perspective. That's not a good thing. So we'll try it this way. Alright, so hopefully that's pretty good. Now this is going to stay static, so it's not like it's in a, like I said, it's not in an animation pattern. It'll just flip, I guess, between here to welcome, and then if it goes to caution, say, for example. So you're not going to really be able to tell as much as far as the change in shape, I guess, of that. Oh, yeah. But I don't know if you caught any of that, James, but I've tried it twice already to export the 3DS from 14. And when I import the 3DS back into 5 here, it's all jacked up, and I've checked the X-form and whatever, and I don't know what's going on with that. I can get the one 3DS, I guess, for the welcome screen. That's fine. It loads in there fine, but as far as the other two for the caution and that, it's jacking it up for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not changing anything else as far as the pivot or anything on prior to export it. I'm just, I don't know. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it all in Max 5 here is all. Trying to remedy that issue, I guess, as far as to just remap it in here as opposed to 14, because it won't. Yeah, that export of the 3DS from 14 into 5, it doesn't want to. I don't know why. I just don't know. That's the only reason why I'm doing it in here anyway. So I'm going to render this. This should be the blank. I've never had that problem. That's a new one for me. Usually, like I said, when you run into an issue like that, it's usually something to do with the X-form, which I've already checked that, and that's fine in all cases. Alright, so that's our blank screen. It's kind of dark there, but yeah, it does have the blank screen on it. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and collapse this all. So it does kind of show you the differences, I guess, between mapping in the newer versions of Max, like 14 or Max 5. Max 5 is very primitive. Super duper primitive. Alright. Okay. So now we got this where we want it. Got that named. Now I need to export this out. As we center and we change this to B for blank. So now we'll have those 3 pass files. That was a little bit of an adventure. That's going to bug me for a little bit, I guess, to understand why it's the exports of the the exports and imports of the 3DS are doing it to what they are. That's just perplexes me to no end. All right, so let's spit that out. Okay, so now we've got second here. So we got, where's our other pass? So we've got this pass, that's our welcome. This one's our blank that we just did, and then our caution. Okay, so now we're good on that. So now what I should be able to do is take the cab, I'll import that into Max 5 here, and I need to make a pass file for that one. So this one here, this will kind of demonstrate, I guess, what I was trying to show in the first place, without being able to reset everything to where I've already got the material. I'm using the same material for the cab. I don't want to reset it to have to re-navigate, I guess, back to get the texture set and all that jazz. All I need to do is delete the model, import the cab. Hope I didn't screw this one up. So import the cab, and this time I want to merge, so I'm using everything else the same. I don't want it to completely reset. Okay, so that's loading good. Awesome. So now I'm going to change this. Just hacked off the B, so just do message cab. Just kind of rename that shape. And that's just so it looks more clean, I guess, as far as in the actual 3DO in this case for itself, instead as opposed to being cut off. That's just a product, I guess, of the 3DS format. You can only have so many characters, I guess, in there. And so if it goes beyond that, when you export it out, it just chops it off in the end. And that's common. Alright, so let's do our texture. We'll apply our texture. We're all using the same texture on this as the trailer. So now we got everything set. The pivots where it needs to be and so on. We'll export this out as a pass file. And this one we'll do as message cab. Yeah, like I said, that was a little bit of an adventure there, but we're getting what we need. So there's the cab as a pass file, so let's confirm that it did that. There's my message cab pass. So we got all our pass files that we need. Okay. Now we can really get into our scripting. So we're going to go ahead and reset all this. Don't need that anymore. We're good. Now let's get into some scripting. Now we got all our pass files as far as what they're named and all that stuff. We can create our script file based on the file names of those pass files. All right, so I got a couple different things set up here to accomplish this. We have, that's the sample. Okay. What did I do with? I thought I had that one open too. I guess I don't. So what I've done here is I've named this mesh at center. So this is going to deal primarily with just the trailer, and as far as the switch outs from the blank, from the welcome to blank and caution, say for example. So what I've done with this one is I've used a construct of a script that I had for a Wayland brand name type of track condition light. And we'll modify this, I guess, to accommodate, I guess, what we're trying to do with this trailer. There's some things we'll have to redo. I think what I am... Oh, I know what I did. I was going to say that. That's why I was like, where the heck did I go? I've got this open up in Notepad++. And part of the reason why I've opened in Notepad++ is it's much easier in Notepad++ to be able to do a search, find, and replace. Because I'll want to do that with some of these containers because we don't need all this. So once I rename some of these containers, as far as for our animation for that stuff in here, so I don't have to go through each one and do them independently, I can use that search, find, and replace feature in here. It's much more effective, I guess, in Notepad++ as opposed to just straight up regular Notepad. What happened to my playlist? A lot of dead space in that one. There we go. Just a lot of dead space on the end of that one. Okay. So yeah, that's the only reason why I got this open in Notepad++. It can be done in straight up, your regular Windows Notepad. As far as the find, search, and replace is not as effective as it is in Notepad++, in my opinion. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is just rename some things. So this one we're going to, this one's based on a Wayland caution light, like I said. So I'm going to rename this to Winston Message Center. And I don't even need to put Winston, really. I can probably just put message center. I can put track message center, say, for example. Animated. Let's do that. Let's do animated track message center. And then we can do truck and... in this case, it's just going to be the trailer, so I'll just do trailer. Okay, just to kind of give me an idea of what this involves. And that's just a remark line. It's nothing... There's no... as far as the construct of the actual 3DO has nothing to do with that. It's just more or less a remark line. Greyhound Echo, how we doing? Hope you're doing alright. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just doing some 3D modeling. We're doing some scripting at the moment. We did a little bit of quote-unquote modeling, I guess, as far as to establish our models that we need, I guess, to create the script so that we can apply some functionality to it. And this is potentially going to get applied to a track build, scratch track build at that. Primarily North Wilkesboro Speedway, but it can also be applied to other tracks as well within the NASCAR Racing 2003 simulation. So, hate to get back into this, but I've uncovered the issue. It's the 9000 series tractor and all 9R and 9RT model I custom modding. He may not know about it. Maybe he does know about it and just doesn't want to fix it. That could be too. I mean, I think I've already mentioned that before. He may necessarily already be aware of it. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to ask him. At least the worst case scenario would just say it is what it is. I mean, it is his mod that he created for that. I mean, if he wants to fix it, let him know about it. But I can almost probably guarantee he already knows about it and just doesn't care to want to fix it, to be honest. Yeah. Maybe not though. I'm not in direct contact and communications, I guess, with him over at Custom Modding, but yeah, I'd reach out to him. He's got to get a hold of him on his Facebook, see what he says. No, and I'm sure. Trust me, I can imagine. Just knowing with what little I've had work with him on things, he gets all kinds of messages like that as far as people, and he doesn't really take it as complaining. It's just like, good grief, people. It's a mod. It's just like, if you don't like it, just don't use it. Sometimes that's necessarily the attitude he has. I'm the same way. It's like, if other people aren't necessarily having the same issue, for example, that might be why he's that way. And to be honest, like I said, I sometimes get that way too. It's like, oh my god, here we go. You know, it's just like, if I knew how to fix it, I would. You know what I mean? So it's like, it may be something that he's already been made aware of. He's tried to fix it. It just, whatever he's done, I guess, to this point, I guess, to try and fix it, it just is what it is. That could necessarily be the case. But yeah, feel free, I guess, to bring it to his attention. Maybe he'll give you some insight as to what you can do. Maybe he knows something more than I do as far as to fix it. That's just super annoying. I know how annoying that is as far as to have to deal with that same thing for that one particular, especially if it's one particular type of tractor. Yeah, but do let me keep me informed, I guess, on what's going on with that anyway, because I can kind of pass that along, I guess, to any other people that are using or having the same type of issue. So I would have to imagine it's not just you that you're dealing with that. So, yeah, so all we've done here, getting back into this, kind of got sidetracked here a little bit, but that's what I like about these types of streams here as far as it being informative. So anybody that's using it, regardless of what it is, if, you know, we kind of keep these communications open-ended as far as to help everybody out that's having issues, I guess, with things out there in the gaming world. I have no problem with that whatsoever as far as to try to troubleshoot these things, because I'm still got on my brain currently, as I've already said, this issue, I guess, with exporting out my 3DS from one version of Max into the other. It's like, as far as the way that's importing, that's the problem. I mean, I've never had that problem before without being able to fix that. That's just, yeah, so not to go into that all over again, but it's just, that's something that's just like, I don't get it. I don't know why it's doing that. So oh yeah, definitely. I appreciate you keeping me up to date with that stuff too. because that definitely gives me information as to not only for myself but anybody else that may be having a similar issue. It's like, oh, guess what? I know of some other people that have had the same problem, and whether or not we find out more information about it if we reach out to custom modding, maybe that we can get some insight and get that resolved. I mean, that's how these things get resolved. So, working the problem instead of just dealing with it and be like, well, it is what it is. But yeah, getting back into the scripting of this thing here, all I've done here is just put a remark line as far as like what it's involving, and I want to put a date on this. So today's date, which is the 25th of April, so we'll do 4/25/20. And this year, I'm telling you, it just seems like not too long ago was January. It's like, what the? It's already in April, closing in on May. It's just nuts. Okay, basic light. So this one here was just, again, this was all based on the construct of a track condition light, a Whelen brand track condition light. So a lot of this, I'm just gonna remark this differently. So this one I'll do, and I'm dealing primarily with just the message center, the trailer part of this, so I want to keep that in mind as far as the way I label these. A lot of this isn't really that important right now. I can always relabel these remarks, I guess, later on. What's really important is establishing which pass files we're dealing with is all. So let's get into that. So it's going to be these pass files. So I want to rename this container lights min. This will be what I consider for lights min will be just a static state. So it'll be the blank, we'll say for example the blank screen. So that'll be that pass file for the blank screen. So I'll rename this to, let's say, message, and I can even shorten this up here. I'll do message MSG min. I'll keep it very simple. So it'll be MSG min for short for message center min, and then what this pass file will entail is the blank one, which is going to be, I'm going to get the properties for that. Message center B pass. So that's what I want. So I want to do properties, whoops, and copy the properties to that and copy that into my script. So I want the name of that one right here. Now it does not matter. I saw this is more or less as to kind of keep it cleaner as far as to use the lowercase pass. It does not matter necessarily as far as if your extension on your pass for your pass extension is uppercase. But in this case, no pun intended there, I'm going to keep it all lowercase. That's just what I like to do, just to keep it neat. So it's not, the only reason, part of the reason why I did that when I was first starting to construct scripting as far as PSGs, you can get confused with the when your extensions are uppercase as opposed to your functions are also uppercase, because everything that's uppercase, that's a function. That's a function. That's something that when you run it through your Make 3DO, through your Make 3DO command prompt, this is what is going to stand out more as far as all your capital. These reflect functions. So if you're first starting to construct these PSGs, if you've got your extensions as that too, you might necessarily your brain might necessarily understand that as that being a function, and it's not. So it really does help in some cases or whatever to keep everything else that's not a function as lowercase as opposed to the function itself, which has to be in uppercase. So any type of your mesh groups, your groupings, as far as your mesh group, that all has to be capitalized because that's a function, and that goes the same thing for your state switch variables as well. So Legend says the Beast still wants to rock into this. Welcome in, Beast. How we doing there, Beast? Hope you're doing well. Just in the process of constructing our script for our model that we're trying to construct here. That's about all, but I hope you're doing fantastic. And just as always, coming in here, you always want to rock, and you're in the right place to do that. Coming into the Rock Nation, I guess, enjoying, kind of interacting, I guess, what we got going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. welcome back in. So I'm just kind of looking over this really quick as far as what I'm going to need to adjust. I know I don't need these combined items because that's a little bit more complexity, I guess, that's involved, I guess, with what I had when I'm using this for. It's already a previously constructed script, as I said. So I've got that passed there. I want something that I don't think I'll need this. I'm going to leave that there for now. I don't think I'm going to need this. I'm going to leave it there. That's just a remark line. Here's one for another pass file. I'm going to set this up for... we need one for... So we got one for the blank. I need one for welcome. So this one I'm going to do... Let's do this. We'll do MSG. And you can name these whatever you want. I try to keep the names of the containers, you know, kind of constricted as far as, like, not make them super long names, I guess, for the containers. And the containers are your very first, you know, as far as the colon, they're basically just like this one's yellow underscore light 2 to that's a container as to where function is encompassed, if you will. So I try to keep them no longer, I guess, than, like, say that. You don't want to make a paragraph out of it. You know, don't try to write it all the way out. It's like, okay, you know, like, write it out as far as, like, this is the message screen, you know, as your container or something like that. Gotta keep them somewhat, you know, reasonable, let's put it that way. So I tend to keep them somewhat compacted and constricted. So in this case, for the welcome screen, I'll just do, I don't know, I can just do, like, message 1, say, for example, or message W, whatever it is. And that one will coincide, I guess, with being the welcome screen. So I'll copy that name of that pass. Whoops, not that. I got a couple different folders open up here. So I need this one. So the welcome pass, that's going to be this one. So I'm going to copy that. And I'm copying the whole name of that to include the extension into here because I need that all in my script. Oops, that's the sample one. Forgot I got this open up in here. Alright, so I need to put that right in this position. And again, message center B. That's going to be for, wait. Oh, I copied the wrong one. Okay, in this case I'll just go like this. I know that's just without the B. Since the B is already up here for blank, this one's going to be our welcome. And then again, I'm just going to set this to lowercase. That's just, again, just to kind of keep it consistent all the way through there. The only thing that's going to be capitalized is our functions. Alright, so that's for that screen. This one I shouldn't need. So I'm going to chunk some of these out as I go. The remark lines I'm going to keep some of those for now. I'm just going to rename those. Once I get this constructed, I'll be able to go back to say, okay, this does this, and so on. The combined I don't need. We're not combining anything. We're keeping them separate. Actually, scratch that. I will have to combine those. It'll just be in separate pass files. So I'll need a group here eventually. So I'll keep that one. I need another pass. I should have kept that one, I guess. Let's move this one up here. Actually, let's do this. I got a better idea. Let's bring that one back that I took out. I'm going to need this one for our caution. So this one's going to be, yeah. I know I'm going back and forth, and if I'm confusing anybody, I'll be sure to go back over it just to understand what I'm doing. It'll make a lot more sense once I get it all constructed, and I'll run right through it as far as, like, what's doing what. And that flow of the PSG is going to make more sense. We're moving all the way down to what we name our actual combined 3DO. Just keeping in mind that all we're working on right now is the trailer, not the cab. So this one's going to have a lot more function going on with it than just the cab. So for this one, I'm going to name this container message 2, which is going to be for caution. Okay, so this one is going to involve the one for caution. So let me go ahead. I've already got that copied to the clipboard. So I'll paste this one in, and this one's going to be message center C. Now, at this point, you could probably consider, as far as for your containers, for example, again, just to have it make more sense to you, instead of using MSG2, I could do message C, say for example, instead of message 2. That way I know that's for caution. So that makes a little bit more sense. So even as you do it, you can kind of make sense as far as like, what is it? The only thing you have to keep in mind as far as like what these functions are. These are specific. You can't just put whatever function you want. So as far as the containers and what your pass files names, that's about the only two of the main things that you can play around with. Just making sure that you're using the pass file names that you've created, I guess, through the exports that we've already previously created. So I'm going to coincide these messages with the pass file. In this case, I'm going to do this message C for that container. This one I'll do as message W, so I know that's for welcome. Okay, so this one will be for the welcome, and then this one up here for message min, I'll leave that one alone. That's B. Now I could change this if I want. Part of the reason why I like to do message min, it's not going to be a blank. Yeah, this one's not going to coincide, I guess, with a blank. Usually message min, I'll use it for. This is kind of a little bit of refresher course for myself, actually. Usually for when you use a container that has min in it, that's usually like an empty mesh, which I don't have in this particular construct, even from the original Wayland light that I created. But normally, this is the construct that I usually follow now. Anything that in the container that says min is usually involving the empty mesh function, which again, like I said, I don't have that in this one. I do have an example, I think, in this one. So, for example, this one here, I would name this one as like mesh min as the container. This is just all sample stuff. So like a lot of this can all be changed as far as the nodes and so on. But this is a function that's empty mesh. Basically what empty mesh function is used primarily for a population switch. So what happens is for this node, if I use it down here, as far as for node min, it says I've got this labeled. What that means is in the population switch, when you depress the O key, there's no model that shows. There's nothing visual that shows. So that's what that function will do. So the way I've got it constructed here, it doesn't deal with a empty mesh, right? So I can actually probably go ahead and rename this to message B, which will be blank, which I will do, and that'll keep it consistent all the way through all my the name of my pass files and what they're going to do, the container. So message sender B, message B, message W, message sender. Now I don't have a W on this one here, but if I want to rename that pass file, I can do that. I'm not going to do that though. I'll just keep it that way. So there's a lot of flexibility that you have in it. I guess that's the only point I'm trying to make. I'm not worried about these remarks yet. I'll get to that. Now that I've got my pass files necessarily figured out as far as with my containers, I'm going to need at least one combine, a group function here to be able to compile all these into one singular 3DO that'll have all these functions encompassed into it. Okay, so what I need to do now is basically establish when each of these pass files for the welcome, the test, the blank, and so on are going to show. So to do that, I don't think I'm going to need any of this. Pretty sure I'm not going to need any of this. So I'm going to get rid of all that. I'm going to keep one of the combined, so I won't need that for sure. At least one of them. So I don't need any of that. Okay, now define when. I'm going to put, in this case, I'm going to put when screen show. Okay. Now from here, this is what is the caution light function. This is a state switch variable for caution light. So for caution light, you want to establish, in this case, you want to establish what it is, at what state is it static, and what state is it basically, if you're flashing, what is it doing? So in this case here, from this original Wayland light, I've got lights min, which is basically going to be what I had up here, if you remember. So that's going to be on message B, which is going to be blank. So in this state, that means it's static. There's no caution. So this is what it's going to look like when it's not in caution, if that makes sense. So in this case, I'll go ahead and apply a message B. That's what we had as lights min, if you remember how we changed that. So I need to apply that to here. And we can adjust a lot of these functions as we test it and move forward. But just to kind of initially establish it, this is what we'll do. So what will happen in testing for this mode is it'll be a blank, basically a blank screen. Now for a green light, you can see how I had to combine green. What do we want it to show when I guess it's when it's in a green status? You know, be it during a regular race, for example. So instead of a green light, in this case, we probably want the welcome screen. Okay, so we're not in caution yet, and we're out of testing and practice and so on. So what do we want it to say, I guess, when we're in actual race green conditions? So in this case, we want to probably use the welcome screen, like I said. So that message coincides, I guess, with this container. So we want to put message the MSGW in that spot. So in state 1, I don't know if you can see that, but this is state 0, state 1, which is green conditions, track green conditions. I'm going to put message B. So I'm going to replace this one with MSGW. I'm sorry, my bad. So message W, this will have the welcome screen during green conditions. Now for the yellow, this is where we get into all the frames that we'll have for that. As far as if we want it blinking or flashing or what do we want it to do, and we'll have to probably adjust a lot of this, to be honest. And this is why I've opened it up in Notepad++, because all these lights min or all these yellows that I took out or whatever, I'm gonna have to replace those with my new containers. I feel that's kind of loud. Let's kind of tone that down a little bit. So there's a little bit involved with this in here, but we're gonna work through it. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll be able to adjust our combine and whatever as we go here. But I'm going to start the process as I've already done here. I'm going to finish up here. So in our yellow state, when we do have a caution happening, we want to be able to have the message C show. But if we want it blinking, we'll have to say what frame we want that frame to show. So in this case, we'll go between a blank and the actual caution, right? So we'll be switching from message B to message C through the frames, the different frames. And all these different numbers that are in here are reflective of the frame. So there's a total of 74 frames within the caution light function, you know, as far as the state switch variable. 74 frames. So you want to say, you know, for 2 or 3 frames you want it blank, and then another 2-3 frames you want it to be a caution. So that gives you that when it goes through that cycle, you'll have a blank, caution, blank, caution, blank, caution. That's basically what all these are basically telling the model to do. Yeah, kind of like a screen flash. Yes, you can do. You're basically dealing with that without actually applying an animation node. The way the caution light state switch variable, it has its own built-in animation. I guess I'll put it that way. As opposed to some other models where, say you've got screens, you know, like a video screen. You would apply an animation node, and then you'd have to say, okay, it has this many frames, and you have to apply it to sandbox, the model in sandbox. It gets a little bit differently than that. It's already built in this caution light state switch variable. You control it all through the script here, as opposed to in the sandbox animation node properties, if you will. Okay, so we'll probably use a majority of these frames that we have in here. We're just going to replace those containers that we've already established up here is all. And that's why I've opened it up in Notepad++, because I'm going to do a find replace, so I don't have to type all that. Because you can easily mistype and do a typo, which will cause, if any one of those frames gets screwed up, it's definitely going to be noticeable, I guess, once you spit out your 3DO. So this kind of potentially eliminates that problem. Alright, so in this first state for yellow, we want a message C to show. Okay, so we're going to replace this combined yellow. And I should have only had the 2 yellows, if I remember right. I had a yellow 1, a combined yellow 1, and a combined yellow 2. I'll be able to find and replace all those instances of that with just the message C. So you only got the one screen, right? just to kind of clarify that a little bit. So for this first one here, I'm just going to tap this out, and I want to keep that 6 because that's the frame. I want that to show. Right, so there's a few frames. Once it gets to the caution, there's a few frames in between when it starts and when it's like halted, and it happens so fast you don't even notice it. It seems like a big gap in between there, but this is what I've come to find in this construct for this Wayland light that I originally have this for, and it makes it nice and smooth, I guess, as far as the animation speed. And you can play with these numbers, but I've found this layout here for the lights, I guess, to be a nice, fluid flash where it's not like super fast or like really slow. It's kind of like really, limber, if you will. Okay, so I want to apply this as message C. So we want that to show at that frame. Now we want lights min, which would be in the message B, which is the blank. So it's going to go from caution blank, caution blank, caution blank. It's going to give you that flashing between these different frames. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to type this in. For the rest of these, I'm going to do a find and replace, just to kind of show you how this works. So let's go here. This one we want to be message B. And you really start to see how much simpler it is when you keep your containers relatively simple. How much easier that is to have to type that. Now I've just done those first few there just to kind of give an example of what we got. Now we've got everything established. We've got our testing phase where it's off, where the light's basically off. So we're not in green flag or anything like that. It's just going to be a blank screen. We've got what's happening during the race as far as when it's in green conditions. That's going to be the welcome. And then we've got when we're in caution, we've got our first frame set, I guess, for caution, and then it goes back to blank. So we got our first initial blink between caution, blank. So all these other frames that I got established here, I'll have to change those to go back and forth between message C, message B, message C, message B to give us that flash. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to do a find and replace. So I'm going to copy this, and I'll have to do that for both the yellow one. You can see this is what I like about Notepad++. So anytime you highlight something, you see it shows all the instances that I have in that line, right? So I know there's more than one instance. So right off the bat, it tells me I got several different ones that I have to replace. So what I want to do is copy this. Whoop, and I want to make sure I stay in that spot. And I can even go ahead of it, actually. Go ahead of it a little bit. And I'll do a search, find, and go into my replace function. Paste that into here. And what I want to replace the yellow with, I want to replace it with message C. So MSG, capital C. So for every instance that I find, I can replace those. I can replace it. Don't be a liar. Yeah, it's down there for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, I got it up. So it started from the. I had it up instead of down. My bad. So it's replacing these as I go. So it's starting from the first one and working its up this way. You can see those green highlights going away. This is what I like about Notepad++. So replace. So it is replacing all those. See how it's taking away the green highlights? This saves a lot of typing. There, now I've got those all replaced. Now I need to do the same thing. All I got to do is change this to yellow 2, because I had the two cases there from the original construct of the Wayland light. So I need to do yellow 2 and replace those. This time I'm going to go down. I'm going to put my cursor right there, and this time I'll go down. So now it should go from top to bottom on that line. So I'm going to go find next. So it's going to find the first one. I want to replace it. I can do an all, but I like to go through each one to make sure it's not stepping on the one I don't want to change. Sometimes it'll happen. But see, as I do that, see how it's taking away all the highlighted ones? Now all those are replaced. So now everything that I had dealing with the yellow light, originally the yellow light 1, yellow light 2 are all now replaced with message C, MSGC. So that's done. So now I want to do the same thing with this lights min. And I'll copy this. And again, once you copy that, you'll see all the instances of that. Again, this is what I love about Notepad++. Copy that. Alright, I'm going to put my cursor up here. Place this into here as far as like what I want it to find. And replace it, in this case, with message MSGB. Okay. So I want to make sure my cursor's right over here. It's ahead of everything I want to replace. So you can put it at the top, it doesn't matter, as long as it's ahead of the line that you want to check. So if I go to find next, it's going to find the first one. I want to replace. And again, I can do the replace all if I want. I like to go through each one and watch what it's doing. Usually with a lot bigger scripts, when you got a lot more information there, if you do replace all, you can probably replace one that you didn't want to replace. So that's why, kind of why I've got myself into the habit of just doing replace one at a time. But you can see how those are changing, how it's adjusting to what I want it to replace to, one at a time. So now all that's replaced. So that's just that simple. So now I've maintained as far as the integrity of all the frames that I had previously, but now it's just with new containers based on what I've established here previously up above. So this is the flow of your PSG. As far as like you want it to start off with your pass files, establish those, and then once I'm going to remark some of these better too, so I can understand what's going on with each area, with each section, and then getting down to here to when I want these screens to show is what I did here. So I've already explained that. So now at this point, we're getting to our final thing here. What do we want? What I do want the 3DO to be called is this message center. Okay, so message center 3DO. So I'm going to put that in here. So it'll be message underscore center. MESSE. Make sure to spell it right. Underscore center. And you can. This is what we've established. I guess I've spoken with Racer James as far as this is what he's got the trailer named, and then you got message cab. So that's what we'll do for the two different pieces for this. Alright, I can close this out. I got everything done there. Now what I want to do is just do a little bit more cleanup. I want to... That's probably actually not bad. So for this pass file, this is going to relate to, for what's happening in testing and practice, this is going to be blank, right? For this one, I don't think I need this no lights. I'm pretty sure I do not need that. I'm going to take that out. Don't need it. That basically has to deal with just calling the mesh, I guess, from the pass file, which you don't really need to do. This, as long as you have the pass file in there as far as the mesh group, that's really all you need. So, yeah, we'll just take that out. So that's a remark line. So this one here, this pass file is for our welcome screen. So that's what we'll put here. This is, so we'll put this. I put basic light. Let's put basic screen instead of light. And this is just to help you explain. So this one here is going to be the screen for testing and practice. And then we'll do welcome screen. We'll just do welcome screen. And again, all these remark lines are doing is just explaining what this section for the pass file, as far as calling the pass file from this mesh group, that's all that's doing. So then this one, I want to add a new remark. For this one, this is for our caution. Okay, so I'm going to add a line. Like so, let's just copy this. And we'll edit it. Okay. So this one here, we'll call this green conditions. Or caution condition, I'm sorry. This would be caution screen. Caution condition or caution screen, something of that nature. That way we know what this is doing. Now for here, what I'll have to do is I'll have to combine these. And this is where that's going to come into play. I might not even need to combine. Let me look at this here. I've already got these established for message B. I will need to combine. I'm going to need it down here, so I need to combine. I'm going to relabel this container here. So instead of Wayland Sea Light, I'm going to name this message center. And I'll kind of abbreviate it. So I'll do MSG underscore STR. Okay, so that's that. And then for this combined, I knew somewhere I was going to need to combine. So I'm going to move this down. cut it from here, and just before I output the 3DO. So I'm going to want to combine all this that I've already defined here into that group. Okay, let's add one more remark line. And I'm going to explain this once I get it together. It's probably getting totally confusing, and that's understandable. I will explain this as I do this. Okay, define when screen show. This one here, we're going to do combined center. I'll just do str. And I can name this whatever I want, but I like to put combined in that so I know what's going on. So I know I'm grouping something together with that, based on this function. So in this case, I want to group. Let's see. Do I even need to do that? Just let me look at this again. I can probably get away with just using message center. I may not even need to combine. There's nothing really to combine. I'm going to remark this for now. So I'll keep it in the script, but I'll just remark it by putting the hashtag in front of it. If I find I need it, at least I know I have it in here. Okay, so I've got it. It's defined in here, but by putting this hashtag in there, it basically just comments it out. So as far as running it through Make 3DO, it'll just ignore that line. So what I think I can get away with here is just using this message center to create my 3DO. So in this case, all I'd have to do is just take message center, because I've already got everything that I'm using as far as my pass files. I've already got those established in my frames. So there's really nothing to combine. It's already all self-inclusive, I guess, within the state switch variable for the caution light. So there's nothing to combine, potentially. And whether or not when we test it, if that proves to be true, then that'll solidify that. I'm pretty sure that's all I need, though. There's nothing 3D that is basically being applied, for example. So in these Wayland lights that I have, just to kind of give some clarification, I had a 3D light. There was like a 3D ambient light, I guess, as far as it made it stood out, let's put it that way. So I don't have that in this case. All I have is just a flat plane. So that's why I had the yellow 1, yellow 2, for example. It's all my fault, Jay. Hey, how we doing here, coffee? How we doing here, coffee? It's all my fault. Yeah, it probably is. I don't deny that. You just woke up? Damn. You did go to work though, right? I think you ended up kind of lingering, I guess, from last night too. Yeah. Got home about 8 a.m. this morning. Damn, that's rough. Ooh, that's rough. Well, I hope you had a good sleep, at least, anyway. We're just in the process of constructing our script for a model that we're trying to apply to our track build. That's going to involve a welcome screen, caution condition, so on and so forth. This is what we've been testing and working on this entire time. Darn playlist, anyway. There we go. Okay. So yeah, as I was saying, I'm going to comment this out just in case I do need that. I know it's here. It's not going to hurt anything as far as commenting that out. So what I need to do at this point for my output, so basically in this case, the output becomes the container. So the function for the output, again, capital letters, and that's pretty specific. This is pretty common, just to remark, output the TSO, which is a trackside object. I want to take this message center right here and make that into a 3DO. I want that to output it as a 3DO. Okay, so I'm going to take this out and replace it with MSG underscore CTR, and that's basically referring to this container that has all this the frames for everything that we've already previously established above it. Again, it's all part of the flow of the script itself, and I want to name that message center. Okay, so whoops, I spelled that wrong, so I did MAG instead of MSG. So MSG center, we're taking that container that includes all this in here, that also self-includes all these pass files for the pieces of the model that we have. So that's automatically should combine that, quote unquote, all together without needing a group function. Okay. and it'll output that out into a 3DO, which will be called Message Center. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And we'll be able to test this. We'll run it through the Make 3DO, test it out in the sim, and we'll actually see if that's functioning properly. So we'll go ahead and save this now. And as long as you've got the PSG extension, you know, on your system, I guess registered to your system, you can just do a save. Not a save as though. If you do a save as, chances are what you're going to get is a text file, and that's not going to be able to be read by the Make 3DO utility. So that's very important, I guess, to remember. You do not want to, you know, get out of the habit of doing a save as opposed to just do a save. That way, you're already in this here. If you do a save as, chances are you're going to get a text file, and that's not going to work. May take away from that. So I'm going to leave this open for now. So that should have saved that script, which is on my desktop. Just want to verify that it did that. So that is, let me refresh this. Make sure it resave this. Yes, we're good to go on that. Now, something that I have not taken into consideration upon the construct of this is to apply a population switch to it. So do we necessarily want to have the trailer be able to turn off? I say no. We want that to be on no matter what. If you press the O key within the simulation, the trailer should stay. If anything, if we want to eliminate the cab, we can do that. So we can apply that to the cab as far as the population switch. That's my personal opinion. I feel the message center itself during all sessions should always be there. That's my take on it. But we can necessarily apply, if we wanted to make it a little bit more complex, if you want to say it that way. We can have it so that during testing, say for example, the trailer's not there. We could do that. But as it stands right now, it's going to be visible in all states, be it testing, practice, race, so on. That's the way the trailer part of it anyway, that'll have all the function with the caution, welcome, and blank. That'll be there all the time. Okay? Alright. James says that sounds good. Maybe off in testing. Okay, we'll tinker with that a little bit more. We do have the option of being able to apply that into our script if we wanted to, as opposed to showing all the time across all sessions, including testing. For now, this is where I'll leave it at. Okay, just to kind of keep it somewhat simple. I do have a script open here, and I do have this available in my Discord for anybody that wants this, a sample. This one here is for a multipass, which means you can apply multiple, so it includes the group function and all that jazz, to be able to take multiple pass files and be able to construct it in a 3DO. So this is kind of a sample of that. So there are pieces in here that we can take out of it, for example, to include the population switch to say, okay, I've got this model I only want to show during a certain state. And we can pull that out of there if we want to. Now what I need to do is create the script for the cab. And that's considering being able to apply the population switch to that. So we have that created, that pass file. So what I can do with that, I've already saved it. I'm going to make a copy of this. That's what I want to do. Paste it, and then I'm going to rename this one to message cab. So we got one for message center and one for message cab. That's the two pieces that we have to this model, this overall model. Alright, so this one will be message cab, and then this one I'll just go ahead and open it up in Notepad. This will be pretty simple. So this one I'll do cab for message center or something like that. It's not animated, so we'll do cab for message center trailer. Okay, so that's when we know what it's all about. Got their date. This one's going to be really super duper simple. This one I'm just going to make it so we only need to load from the pass file. So that's all I'm going to put here. I'm going to put load from the pass file, load mesh. And in fact, I've got that in my sample. Just to kind of bring the sample back up in here. So we've got create an empty mesh, load the model from the pass file. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and copy this one. And I'll use that in my new one here. So that's just telling you what is going on with that particular line. So just go like this, paste. Okay, so all we're doing is loading the models from the pass file. So in this case, I want to name it message cab, or just cab. What am I feeling? Let's do MSG cap. You can use capital letters in the containers too. That's probably another fair mention. They don't have to be lowercase. So in this case, I'll do MSG capital CAB. That'll work. So we'll do message cab, and then we want to change this to message underscore cab pass file. That's the name of our pass file. Okay, and then we don't need these other iterations for the pass file because we only have the one pass file. Okay, and we won't need this or the combine. I will need, what I will do is apply a population switch. So we'll go into our sample and we're going to pull this out. Okay, probably what I will have to do is create an empty mesh as well to accomplish that. That's something else I'll have to add. So let's do paste population switch. Yeah, I will have to add one for empty mesh. I've already kind of explained that a little bit. So I'm going to take this here. I'm going to copy all this. I know I'm going back and forth really fast, and I know it gets really confusing, but I will explain it once I'm through here. So right now I'm going to establish that. I'm going to put another line, comment line. I also want to go back to my sample, get this remark line. I could have did that all at once, to be honest, but alright, so we'll do it like this, paste, line. So I like to put remark lines as far as like what's going on here. So this is creating an empty mesh for minimal settings. So this node here, so I'm going to do min cab on this one, or cab min, either way. So I'll just do min cab. I can do cab min or min cab, either way. Okay, so that's going to be the empty mesh function, which means there's nothing there, and I'll be able to use that in my population switch. So in this case, for model min, that's where I need to apply that. And I'll put min cab, same as I've already established up above it. So min cab. So that means when you depress the O key within the simulation, you have the state where there's nothing there, and then there's something there. Okay, so for the visible thing here, I want to be message cab, MSG cab. Okay, so we'll do MSG cab. So hopefully that makes sense with the population switch. With those two established up here, for the one press of the O key, there's nothing there. For the other press, you have the cab there. That's basically what it's stating there. Alright, and then for our output, we're basically going to take population switch at this point, not the we want to use that container because we want to establish it. We don't want to lose this in here, otherwise if we just say do min cab for that, it's going to completely bypass our population switch container. So for this one here on our output, we want to say population switch and then create the 3DO. So I want to copy this container, like so, and again it's that flow of the PSG. So from top to bottom, whatever, you're basically establishing which pass file, which container is doing what. So in this case, this container is doing an empty mesh. There's no pass involved. It's basically just blank, nothing there. And then in this one here, we are loading the model from this pass file, which is this one. And then from here, we're establishing the population switch, which we want to take each of these that we've already previously established, and we want to say on the first press it goes away, next press comes back. That's basically what that's saying. And then on output, we're taking that population switch, which we've already established here, and saying spit a 3DO out, using all of that. So again, that's just the flow of your script. And this one here, we want it to be called message cab. I'll just retype this one here, message underscore cab. So that's our two pieces that we'll have. We'll have two separate 3DOs, one for message center that has all that additional function, and then one that's just a simple cab that when you press the O key in the simulation, you'll be able to turn it on or off, and the trailer will stay. That's the way we have it designed thus far. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and save that one. I can probably just close that. So now we got our two scripts as well as our pass files, and all that's established. Everything established. In fact, what I will do is I'll go ahead and close this one for now too. You saw the ease of, I guess, of using Notepad++ and or straight up Notepad. If you are finding that you will need to do a lot of search, find, and replace, Notepad++ is the way to go, in my opinion, as opposed to straight up Notepad. It gives you a lot more. So what really I like about it, and I've already shown that, like if you highlight even one thing, you can see all the instances of that expression that's in there. So you can actually see, you know, as far as even when you have end tags, like for doing XML, when you have your end brackets, when you highlight, say, the start of your bracket, if you missed one of the brackets, say for example, it won't highlight the whole thing. So it gives you an idea. It's like, oh crap, I got a hole in there somewhere, and I need to close that up. That's where Notepad++ is just a lifesaver in that regard. Saves a lot of typing, saves a lot of headache as far as like, what did I miss? Don't really get all that from just straight up regular Notepad. So just kind of my 2 cents, I guess, on the use of Notepad++. Can't say enough about good enough positive things about it. Okay, so got our scripts. I'm going to copy these. I'll leave these on the desktop just so I have something to fall back on, just in case something screws up. You never know. Backups, you can never have enough backups. I'm going to put these into this folder, this working folder, just to kind of keep everything together. So now what I need to put in my Make 3DO are the scripts, the pass files, along with the texture. Okay. So let's navigate to. I need to get to. I got this open too. Do I need that? Yeah. Probably not right now. I'm going to go into here though, because we are going to need the track here eventually. So let's go into that. Let's establish that really quick. Excuse me. Yeah. So we're going to need to put that in the track here eventually. We also need to get the Make 3DO directory, which I have in my program files. As I've mentioned before, and I'll say it again, Make 3DO is a program, and I like to have that stuff in my program files. That's just my preference. Alright, so now I'm going to copy, as I said, the scripts and all the related pass files, which is that one, and that one. I should have one more. Yes, message cap. And then our texture. So that's all the files we should need to be able to construct this 3DO. Two 3DOs we'll end up having. Paste that all in here. Cool. Now I'll bring up command prompt, like so. Do change directory. I'm going to change directory to, and I've shown this before too, but we'll reiterate. I need to navigate to this directory, so I need to copy everything to the right of the drive, like so, and paste that into here. I might have two, yeah, I do. I got two backslashes here. Take one of those out. Get into that directory, so now we're in there. Now we got to call the program, Make 3DO, and tell it what we want it to do. We're using scripts, so we need a -s for script. And we'll do the message cab first. We'll do MESSAGE underscore cab .psg, and no other parameters, no reflection map, environment map, or anything like that. So that's all we need. So spit that out. Uh-oh, so we got an error already. So what did I do wrong? So it'll tell you, this is probably a good thing that happened. So on line 15, which doesn't always mean it'll be exactly on that line, so I've got a typo in here. I've got a huge typo in that one there. Okay, so I gotta fix that. And that's in our message cab. So I gotta go into that here and fix something. Oh my goodness, I slaughtered that bad boy. Holy mackerel. So population switch. Gotta fix that. So it does give you somewhat of a clue if you got problems in there. It'll say like, hey, this doesn't look right, which gives you an idea. So it's saying it's on line 15. It doesn't mean it's always going to be on that line. So I have this opened up in Notepad++. That's another really good feature, I guess, with Notepad++. It gives you line numbers. So if it's saying line 15, it's saying it's basically this remark line. It's going to be either before or after that in most cases. So in this case, it ended up being right here on the output line, which I had huge typos in there. Just have to fix that is all. So now that I got that fixed, I'll go ahead and save it. And that's going to be, it's making sure that it is in the Make 3DO directory. Okay, cool. See, I still have that one that's on my desktop too. So just, again, another perfect example. Sometimes that'll happen. If you've got something else to fall back on, vice versa, could have went bad either way. It's always good to have backup. Never hurts to be able to clean it up afterwards. So now that I got that fixed, I'll do an F8, bring that back up, and then just run it again. Now it shouldn't have any errors. Still got an error. What the frick did I do now? Something's still not right with it. Still in that same line. Alright, what did I miss? Still missed something. Let's open it back up again. Population. Oh, okay. I missed the P on this one. I'll be damned. Okay. So I was trying to read this one. It's like, hey, that's not there. So yes, between 13 and 15. That's why it's the same. Probably saying 50 was probably averaging it, because the actual problem was here as well as here. In that case. So now I got population switch here, calling it up here again so I can make my 3DO. It's probably a good thing that happens. It's kind of show how you recover from that. Let's try it again. F8, bring that up there. Hopefully this should go through. Boom. There's our 3DO. So now we should be able to open this up in our 3D Sim Ed. There's our cab. Okay. You don't always want to go by how it looks in here, but at least it loads. As long as it loads and doesn't look all wonky, that's probably a good sign. In most cases. That's if you got the 3D Sim Ed. Okay, so that's good. Now we want to spit out our trailer. So we'll do the F8. Bring that little bit up here, and we'll just have to change the PSG we want to call. So in this case, we want to do message underscore center, center. And again, no other parameters on it, so just push enter. No problems on that one. That spit that right out. So we do message center. That should load. There's our thing, and it's going to show the caution on it, but it does have the blank as well as the welcome in there too. That's common when you're using that caution light state switch variable to your model. When you open up in 3D Sim Ed, that's usually what you'll see as far as the caution state, because it has that state switch in there. So far that looks good. But again, you don't always want to go by what it looks like in 3D Sim Ed. But that's so far from any other model that you create that has the caution state switch variable. That's usually what it'll show in 3D Sim Ed is the caution state, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. So far that looks good. That is promising. Definitely need to get it into the track, test it in the sim, and actually see how it's all functioning. So far we're looking really good. Now I need to make a MIP for this. I'll go ahead through that process. So let's go to our folder here. We need to make a MIP out of this. So we're going to open this up with our WinMIP2. And you need to navigate to that folder. There it is. So we need to open this bad boy up. Boom, that thing is huge. So pretty though. Okay, so we want to switch this over to MIP. And we shouldn't have to change any other parameters. We want to keep it on a map of 3. So yeah, nothing should have to be changed. You could probably change, mess around with the priority if you wanted to. What this big is and detailed and high res as this texture is, probably don't even need to mess with that. Not even necessary. I would just leave it right there. It's going to apply a little bit of compression with this 10, and that's fine. For as big as this is, not going to hurt it any. I would leave it just the way it is. So do save as. It's going to put that right in that same folder. Awesome. Spit that out, and we're going to confirm that. Whoop, give it a second to save. Okay. That didn't take too long. So that should have my MIT files. There's the MIT file. So now we've got our 3DOs, which I'll take out of here. Cut these out of here of the make 3DO and put those into here. And eventually I'll end up separating these out between 3DS and just the 3DO and the MIP, just to kind of keep it cleaned up. That's the process I will do usually. Alright, so now we can take all of this stuff. We can take our 3DO, our 3DOs, and our texture, and copy those into our track edit folder, which I already established here. Right here. So do paste. Got all 3 of those files in there. Now we can open up our track and apply it to our track and put it where we want it. Now you did give me some coordinates there, James, and I'll probably attempt to use those, I suppose. And I think from what I've seen in some of the screenshots you showed me, they happen to be like in the turn 3-4 end. So let's see how this works. Give this a second to load. This is a product, I guess, of when I'm running multiple monitors. Windows for some reason has it takes it a second or whatever to turn it to, okay, which monitor are you on? So sometimes it just goes to a still frame. I know you guys don't see that in the stream, but it does it on my end. And it's just the product, I guess, of using multiple monitors. So oh, the shared truck is in there too. Okay, so that shared truck is, yeah. So we currently, yeah, just to reiterate, we do have the shared one in there. So we're going to eliminate that one and put these new models that we just applied. So this is where it's going to go, is roughly over in this area. So at least I got something to go by as far as to place it. So let's go into object placement view, like so, and I'm going to kind of pan this over to where it's at, right over here. So this is what we're going to replace and put our new models right in this spot. So I'll get the camera over in that position too. Let's skew that over to that. That should be right over here. So right now this is pointing to the shared item, which is coming out of the shared folder, which is obviously outdated and needed some TLC, if you will. So we're going to put our new trailer and cab over in this spot. Okay. And because we got the 2 pieces like that, we're obviously able to pose it in whatever way we want. So if we want the cab to be somewhat turned as opposed to just straight on, we have that option. Alright, so with this one here, I'm going to leave this one in here. I'm just going to go ahead and right click. That way I've got an idea of where that needs to go. I can then use the properties from that, I guess, to kind of line this up here. So in our list here, we should have our new, it should be alphabetic. Yep, so we got our message cab. I'm going to get the message center, which is this deal. And just like I've always shown before, when you bring it in there, a lot of times you're like, oh crap, where did it go? If you can't see it in here regularly, instead of clicking all over the place and potentially moving something that you don't want to move, just go into the properties and go to your pull down here. It's in the track, you just got to find it in the list here. So in this case, it's going to be, just kind of scrolling through here. This is going to save you a lot of headache as far as moving stuff in your track that you don't want to move. So here's the message center. So there it is right there. So instead of clicking all over the place trying to find it and potentially moving something that you don't want to move, it's better to just go in your properties for that, search for it in the list, and then it'll highlight it. Okay, so now we know where it is. I'm going to kind of move this like so. And then
Hi, I'm Joe Satriani asking you
let me
to
get some
stay
information.
home, stay healthy, and help stop the spread of COVID-19.
So we got, this is at a height of 12, and it's got a rotation of 146, for example. So I can use some of that information. Oh crap, now I lost it again. See, I clicked it a couple times, and I know it's here somewhere. But again, I'm just going to go into my list and get my message centers this way. Just scroll through here. until I find the message center. They should be relatively in alphabetic order in most cases. Yeah, there it is. I knew I had it close there. Okay, so we want to put this up probably 12. Looks like. So there's that, and then 146. See where that puts us, just to get an idea here. There we go. So we're going to replace that. Let's see how we look in the camera. Alright. Let's reposition this. So yeah, now you can see the difference between the shared one and our new model. So far, the fact that it's loading and it's on the blank, again, that's a really good sign. The fact that it's showing that way, because we're in that state. Now we'll be able to test it within Sandbox here, and I'll show that here once we get this. Once I get a position here, we can put it in the caution light state and actually test that to see if it actually does switch. Because if it switches, then we know we've got that figured out. Whoop. So I want to move this here. I can still get to that one. Cool. So we'll take that one out. Now we've got our new model. Now, just looking at this here, is that supposed to be white along this frame? I'm assuming so. I guess I wasn't paying attention to it in Max. I assume that's supposed to be white. I'm just making sure I'm not missing a texture. Okay, so far it looks pretty good. I'm liking it. So we got maybe... Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, so that's that. Now, to test this, to make sure that we've got our... I'm going to have to relieve room for the cab now that I think of it. So let's slide this over a little bit more. We can kind of move it somewhat from the original position here. I want to put the cab in here, right? I could probably look at your... positions that you had in there for that, but yeah, we can put the cab in here and kind of pivot it if we want, for example. But let's test this to see if it switches to caution light, caution state. So let's go state variable, and basically what you do is the same thing that's in your when you go into this set state variable. It's basically the same. Open up that script here. Not bad. Oh, it's not gonna let me do that. So yeah, it's basically gonna be the same thing that you apply in your script, right? Same function. So yeah, let me just open this one here. So on message center, if I open that up, all I have to do, this state switch variable where it says caution light, that's the same thing that you apply into that state switch variable in Sandbox. Just like this. So we do copy. There's that. Go in Sandbox. Just state variable. Switch this out to that. Now in state 0, that should remain blank. That's what we want to test here. So right now it's blank. That's state 0, right? So if we switch it to 1, go to state variable and change this value to 1. Now it's not going to show the animation as far as the frames going back and forth. We're basically forcing it, I guess, to do that in this fashion. So when we look at this, that's state 1, so that's a welcome. So if I put it on 2, it should be caution. So far we've seen the blank, the welcome, and now we should see the caution. I'm going to change it to 2. Still staying in that, so it changes to 2. It should be caution now, which it is. So those states are working. So we've got the blank, the welcome, which is the normal race mode, which is 1. State 1. State 2 is your caution. And again, that's going back to what we've done in our script. Again, I'll bring that back up again. So what we established here, state, go back through this. So in state 0, which I had that first, that's our our blank. In state 1, that's our welcome screen. And then state 2, that's where we start our caution. So again, it's not going to show the actual animation going back and forth between blank and caution, but because we set all those different states Same thing as far as what we got established in our script. We can test that in the sandbox itself, just like I just did. So again, state 0 on the caution switch, state switch variable is blank. 1 is the welcome sign, which we saw, and then in 2 is caution. So we know those state switches are working, at least in this regard. So we can confirm that it does actually work in the sim, much the same way under those particular conditions. Pretty confident in the fact that's going to work, though, just the fact that it's working in sandbox. That's one way to really test that. Now, to get the animation, using that term loosely, as far as to go back and forth between that, it's not really possible, I guess, to do that in sandbox per se. You can kind of play around with the settings in the state switch variable. It kind of works, but it kind of don't when you set this like this. So let's say, for example, if I go into here, now if I go, yeah, see, it's not going to do it. Sometimes it'll do it, it'll kind of flicker, but it's not going to be the true animation, I guess, as far as that goes. So just by doing each frame, like I did, one at a time, from 0, 1, and 2, that's how we can confirm that those work, and that should translate into the simulation itself. All right. Okay. Hopefully, I explained that enough there. So we got that. I want to get the cab in here too now. So let's center this over here. And let's put the cab in here as well. Get them both in here. So let's go through our list, doing a right click. And then what we'll be able to test on the cab is our population switch. So again, kind of, yep, I think that's the cab. Yep, so we'll put this on fix, and we'll bring this up to 12. 12. Uh-oh, this one's not going to show. Sometimes this will happen too. The object won't show right away. A lot of times, all that involves is just to save the PTF and load the track back up, and then and there's really no rhyme or reason as to why it does show or doesn't show. It'll show the bounding box, but not the actual model. It's there. It's just a matter of I'll have to save the PTF, reload the track, and then be able to continue positioning it from there. It can be temperamental in that fashion sometimes. So we'll do geometry. We're going to save this as a new PTF. So in this case, we're going to add message center. MSG, we'll abbreviate. Yeah, we'll abbreviate a little bit. Add message center. I want to save it with some typing. So let's save that. I'm going to confirm it's saved, which is right there. Cool. Now what I'll have to do is do a new and reload that PTF. Yeah, so definitely if there's any clarification needs to be made on how I constructed the scripts on that, feel free to ask and let me know as far as that. I know I go through that really fast, but I try to explain it as far as the flow of it, as far as like what you need to have in there. It basically does help to have a rough idea of what you want the object to do prior to trying to just construct it, but you can even change how you want it, what you want it to do based on, as you're applying the different functions and such to the script of the model. All right, so yeah, now the cab should show. Let's go back into object placement view. Got to be in that layer, I guess, to get to it. Pan back over to here. So now we got our cab in here. Cool. So now let's skew back over there. And whoops, so we're kind of backwards here, so that's no problem. We'll reposition it. Just rotate it like that. So yeah, the way we got the pivot on these things here, got the pivot right on where it would hook up to the trailer. So that's kind of cool. So the way Racer James got that set up there, it's kind of nice. So regardless of the trailer or the cab itself, it pivots at the pin on the truck and as well as on the trailer, as far as where the pin is go onto the cab. Okay, I'm almost thinking we need to go up a little bit more in that. Might be clipping a little bit. Alright, we're kind of close into these. I'm going to adjust this a little bit more. Let me slow this down a little bit. There we go. That's better. Just gotta slow the camera up there a little bit so it's not so wonky. Alright, let's move this over. I'm not sure what positioning that you had in there, James, but I'm gonna kind of just... I'll probably go by what you probably had. I'm just kind of showing the flexibility of this as far as being able to apply it to pretty much any track. Not specifically just this one. Okay, I'm gonna go up on the Z for sure. See how much we need to go up here. So I'll leave this in the camera view. Let's go up maybe... that's not too bad. Yeah, 250, 275. Right about there looks good. And we'll go into the cab, or the trailer itself, which is serves as the message center. Camera. Here, let me pan this over a little bit so you can kind of see that. We'll probably put those both at the same level. Okay. And set this up to, what did I do, 275? So verify here. I think it was 275. Yeah, so they're both at the same height. Like so. Now, as far as the pivot of it, as far as to make sure that it's kind of lined up, I mean, you can pretty much, the way this is designed, you can kind of line it up however you want. That doesn't look too bad to me. That's sexy. I like it. But I can change the pivot of the truck and or the trailer independently at this point, which is, I think, what James was going for. So it's like if I want to rotate this way, I can pivot it any which way I want. That's pretty fantastic there. So there we go. I think we got our position there. Now it's just a matter of probably testing this in the sim itself. Got it all positioned. That looks pretty. Let me make sure we're not too high. Are we too high here? Maybe. Might have to move that inward just maybe a little bit. It's kind of up in the air here a little bit. Okay, let's do that. We can make those adjustments. I should just probably go by your coordinates. You gave me some coordinates here. Let me see what you had. Racer James. Let's see. That's in that one. What did you have for coordinates? Whoops, I can close this. I was just showing what you put in the state variable. Okay, we already made the MIP. We're good on that. Close that out. And minimize that. Where's that other folder I got? That I initially got from you. That's this one right here. So we had some coordinates in here. So here's for the cab. I'm going to use these. See what you had here. Well, you had 12.170. I wasn't too far off. Okay. Cool. Let's apply these. So right now I'm on the cab. Cool. I'm going to use these values here. Let's apply these same values that Racer James got. So we'll do 181.821. And then we got minus 55. Minus 51.332. Like so. And then he's got 12.170. So let's change that. 170. And he's got it at 164 degrees of, no, 145 degrees of rotation, my bad. There, that's there being that. So let's see how that looks in camera view. So that's in that position, okay. I see what you did, cool. So there's where the truck is based on his coordinates. And now we'll position the trailer itself. So let's highlight trailer and get the coordinates for that. So this is all the original. I thought he had one there, maybe not. Yeah, here it is. Message center. Oh, that's just the texture, my bad. So you gotta have coordinates. Is it the same coordinates then there, James? Guess we'll put that. I guess it's the same coordinates. Cool. That way they'll line up, I suppose. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. Let's go this one again. So we got to put the same values, I guess, on the trailer so that they line up. So 1-to-1 in that fashion then. I think I answered my own question. Alright, so on the trailer itself, you want to put the same values as the truck. Okay, so we'll do 181.821 51332 51.332 12.170. I don't know about you all, but I'm getting pretty curious. I guess I should try this in the sim. Okay, I was only a degree off, so 145. There. Now we should be all lined up. Close that out. Let's see how we look in camera view. Ta-da! So that's using Racer James's coordinates there. It's got a little bit of lift maybe in the back there, but I guess it's not bad. That's just that topography that's existing there. But there we go. Got her in that position. Now whether or not that's going to be the ending position there, I think it looks pretty good there. Looks pretty good. So you'll be able to see that coming into turn 3. Yep, got our tire barrier we created last week. So yeah, be able to see that coming down the back stretch. It's like, oh, caution. So it can be a caution once you get to the front stretch. You'll be able to know. Cool beans. All right, let's save this again. And in this case, because I'm only dealing with the one, just those minor adjustments, I guess I don't have any geometry changes and things like that. I'm just going to save over the PTF that I already did previously. That's kind of my practice what I preach type of thing, as far as like if you're doing a lot of geometry edit to the track, definitely want to save a new PTF. Whenever you're adding something new, doesn't matter if it's a geometry change, object, trackside decal, always want to make a new PTF. But depending on what you're doing within that PTF, once you reopen it, kind of establishes whether or not you want to save over that PTF. If you made a lot of changes, a lot of robust changes, be it geometry and such, to the PTF, definitely want to save a new one. That way you have something to fall back on if something goes horribly wrong, I guess, when you save a new save that PTF. So I'm just going to reiterate, that's a little bit more of a refresher course. Kind of giving some experience, I guess, from it, as far as just to save yourself some headache. So because that was a pretty mild adjustment in the PTF, I'm just going to save over that one I already saved. And I always have that original one that I've to fall back on before I even apply to 3DO. I always have that PTF as well. So this one we want to overwrite. Cool. Alright, so we'll keep that open. That PTF is all now saved. Now what I can do, I'm going to close this one so I don't confuse myself. Oh, I know the other thing I didn't test. I just thought about that. We get our population switch for the cab in particular. So we don't have any population switch on the trailer as of yet. Right? So, and or a weekend switch for that matter. So the way this should work, you don't need to select anything. You can just be in the geometry view. Go to set state just variable. In this case, I want to do population. And again, that comes right out of the script as far as how that's labeled in there. So population. Type that in there like so. Now for 2, that means everything's on. So I'm going to leave it on 2. That'll kind of no change. There won't be any change. Right? Now if I change this to state of 1, the cab should still be there. Some of these items will probably go away. Okay. Yep, cab should still be there. That's normal. Whoops, that's what I expect. Now if I put it to 0, that should go bye-bye. And the trailer will still remain. It's probably fair mention. Trailer will still be there, cab will be gone. If I set this to 0. Okay, so that tells me something is not working correctly. Alright, something's not working. So that cab should not be there based on the way we constructed that. Alright, so just, let me see if I did this right. Maybe I put the, I might have a typo. Oh, I got the hex bit. That's why it wasn't working. Gotta turn that off. My bad. Let me start this over again. So on 2. We got that state. Really no change. I had that checked in there. That was why. I want to have that unchecked when you do these. For this type of state variable anyway. That and the weekend switch. That's the same thing. You don't want to have this checked. So 1. Yep, so we got some items did go away. The cab should still be there. As it is. Now if I do 2. Or the 0, the cab should go away, but the trailer remains. There we go. That's what I expected to see. And so that switch is working. So now if we do want that trailer to go away, which in my opinion I think it should stay there during race weekend. Now the other thing that we were already considering, I can check out the weekend switches. This trailer will stay in here basically the whole time through testing, practice, race, so on. It'll be there all the time. Now if we want to adjust that so that it's not there for testing, we have that option to be able to do that. But I'm going to test this as well. So go to state variable. I'm going to set this to weekend. So capital weekend. So at least you have a means of being able to test these things in the track, in sandbox at least anyway, without actually going into the sim and testing it. So on weekend switch, I might have to put the population switch back on actually. Let me do that first. I gotta get everything back here. That's one step. I got ahead of myself. The population, let's go back to 2. Bring everything. Okay, so it's already taking on the weekend stuff. So you can already tell just with what we got here. We're in testing, basically. So this is in testing. We got this entire thing is here, right? Don't have all the campers. We got the safety equipment. So this is in testing mode. That's the weekend. So just to kind of reiterate, so we got weekend. 0 is testing, so we'll set this to 0. And we won't see a change. So that's testing mode. So what we have in here under testing is that cab and trailer. Okay, so that's going to be in here. I still have it in the caution state. It'll remain blank. It won't have anything on it because there's obviously in testing there is no function in there, I guess, for caution or green light. So under testing, this is the conditions you'll have. You got people in the stands, you got the safety vehicles, no haulers, no campers, such like that, but that trailer will be in here. Okay. Now for practice and so on, should still be there. So we get, again, so now we're in race weekend where we've got practice, qualifying and so on. We've got some haulers, right? So we're getting more, still have the trailer and the cab. Okay, so under all these conditions, that trailer and cab will always be there. So if we want to adjust the script to say, I don't want that to show during testing, for example, we can do that. So far, what we've tested across all sessions, the only one I haven't done is actual race. So right now, this is what's considered, we don't have any campers in here either, so it's another indication. So when I go to 2 on race weekend, everything will be in here. Stands will be full, all the campers, and also that cab and trailer. So in all states, just as we've got it designed, the way it's scripted, this cab and trailer will be in all of that. So if we don't want it to be, like say for example, we don't want it in testing, we will have to set that up to say I don't want it there during testing. So that'll add a weekend switch to it, and we can do that. So far, everything that we've tested up to this point, without even going into the sim, everything's working. And that's fantastic. That is fantabulous. Alright, so let's, we're going to do some further work on our script to actually change it so that the cab and the trailer, say for example, don't show during testing. Okay, so between those two models, we don't want them to show during testing. So we can adjust both those scripts for each of those models to do that. And we'll probably need, do I have, yeah, I do have a weekend switch variable in this one here that I'll be able to borrow. That's out of the sample script. Like I said, I have that available in my Discord if anybody cares to want to grab that. Whether or not, I have been considering putting more information like that on that sandbox information that we have on the Spline Design Studios website under the other information, as far as to apply that to there. And I'll probably eventually get that up on there, because I think that's probably useful to most people that care to want to divulge into that kind of thing. As it is right now, it's in a section in the Discord or whatever. That's just a simple file. Okay, so what I need to do is open, and I can just open this up in regular straight up notepad. I don't need anything special for this. Just checking out the stream here, making sure that everything's running smooth and it didn't close or anything like that. Awesome. I think we're good so far. I think we are good so far. Alright, so let's yeah. Just checking it out, make sure it's running it. Got just a handful of drop frames here, nothing too spectacular. Alright, so let's open up our message center, and we want to apply a weekend switch to this. So far from what I've tested, it does confirm I don't need this combined. So probably what I can do is replace this with a weekend switch just before we spit out the 3DO itself. So again, what I can do is go into my sample, grab this weekend switch variable right here, and I'll have to change the containers in it, but at least it gives me the guts of that line as far as the main construct of it. I'll minimize that, and I want to apply that. I'm just going to replace it with this one here. From what I've seen so far, what I've tested in Sandbox, I do not need to combine. I shouldn't need to, and we'll be able to confirm that even further once we go test it in the sim. Alright, so we're going to add, I'm going to keep that container just named weekend switch. That'll be fine. And this is for the trailer, for the message center that has all the function with the caution and all that stuff. Just to reiterate even further. So in this one here, we want, on state 0, we're going to have to establish an empty mesh in this one here if we do this. So I'll have to establish an empty mesh so that there's nothing there. So in this case here, something that doesn't show. So in this 0 state, for testing, in this case, that's what the 0 would stand for. We don't want it to show, so we got to establish an empty mesh function, which we don't currently have. So I can grab that either from my sample script or even the cab, because we've already established that. So either place. I'm going to go ahead and grab it right from here. So I'm going to grab all of this right here actually, and bring that over to the script here, and I'm going to add this to the top of the entire script like so. Alright, I'm going to add another line here actually. Now we'll be able to apply, I'm just going to do, I can leave it at that one. I'm just going to do let's do message min. That'll work. We'll do MSG min, and then for that I'm going to put this in testing right there, so I can either copy that or just type it in there. Either way, let's go ahead and copy this and put it right in this node. Now this 0, like I said, for this weekend switch state variable is testing. That's what shows what do you want it to show during testing. In this case, we're saying don't put anything, empty mesh. So in state 1, we want it to still show. So in this case here, we want it to do message center. Okay. So this is going to add, this is going to change this line too. If that isn't abundantly clear. That's going to change this line. So instead of doing this container, we'll have to do the weekend switch container to spit out our 3DO. So we want to include everything above that. Again, it's that flow of the PSG. Alright, so we need to put this container for all that function in this mode. Now, granted, we could not have that show during practice and qualifying and so on. Right? We do have that option. What's going to happen, even by having all this function in here that we do with the trailer, even though we've got it in that mode where it's practice and qualifying, because there's really no caution state, I guess, in those sessions, it's just going to negate it, but it'll still show the trailer, if that makes sense. So all the function that we have in there as far as the welcome sign, it'll still show the trailer with the blank or welcome sign. It just won't show the caution during those sessions because there is none during those sessions. At least for Inter 2003 anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and apply that to both of these nodes as far as for race as well as practice, qualifying, whatever. And it'll make sense once I spit this out, put the new model in sandbox, and show the state switches on it. But for right now, that's what we're having it show during all sessions that include race, if that matters. The only thing it's not going to show with the way I've got this design is during testing. Alright, so now I need to take this weekend switch container and apply this to our output. Again, that's going to include everything. Whoops, I did it again. So weekend switch, what I copied there, and make sure I have another typo. So output weekend switch, which is going to include everything above what's going on there. So to include all of this and everything going on here. That's going to be self-inclusive in this output function. And we still want to name it message center. That's just going to be a direct replacement for that. So we'll save that. Now we can do the same thing for the cab. Right? Right, that's our sample. So now let's go into the cab and do this relatively the same thing. So we want to apply during testing, do a weekend switch. So I'll go back into my. Now I can grab that from that message center. I can definitely grab that. I'm just gonna go ahead and get it from my sample. Okay, so I'll copy this. Now I could probably even further, if I wanted to, just include these remark lines too. It's not. Again, the remark lines don't do anything other than just explain what's going on in that section, right? Just to kind of reiterate, you don't need them. It's not necessary, but at the same time, it does kind of help. So this one I'll have a population switch as well as a weekend switch. And in this case, it does not. The hierarchy of it doesn't matter if you do one first or the others. What really makes, comes into play here is making sure you got your containers set correctly. If you don't have your containers, because one could get just totally negated, and it won't even apply it. So you have to really pay attention to how you're setting your containers, and your containers are weekend switch, in this case population switch, and so on. So in this one, we've already got our population switch established, what we want it to do there. How do we carry that down into the weekend switch? So the weekend switch, we want during testing, we don't want it to show, right? So we want to use the min cab. In this case, we don't want it to show during testing, which is 0 for weekend state switch. Okay, so it won't show during there. Now for both practice, qualifying, all that, we want it to show. So now we're going to use this one right here. Actually, no, I take that back. We want to use population switch on this one. This is where I was trying to say. So if I was to, just to kind of put this into perspective, if I was to use just the MSG cab and totally bypass the population switch, what's going on in here, if I put that in the weekend switch, when it spits out the 3DO, it'll totally bypass the population switch and not even use that. Hopefully that makes sense a little bit. So again, if I was to use this and totally bypass the population switch as to what I want to show in these two states in the weekend switch, it's going to totally bypass the population switch. So what I have to do in order for it to include this in the weekend, to be all self-inclusive here, I need to put population switch container. Whoops, and I did spell that wrong again. Let me fix that. How the heck was that even? Weird. That was actually spelled wrong. So I guess hopefully this will... Did I just do that, or did I... Crap. I just noticed that P was gone out of there. That shouldn't have even worked. In any case, I need to copy this container. I think I just deleted it, actually. I think I just did it. So copy that, and I need to include this in the weekend switch, so that it doesn't bypass that. So I need to put that in here, as well as here. In both of those states. Okay, so now when I carry this down to here, how in there? Oh, you know what? I didn't save. I know what I did, because I didn't copy that back. I did that in the Make 3DO directory. I was like, why is this still screwed up? I opened this one that I had on my desktop, so I didn't take the one from the Make 3DO directory that I saved it. Yeah, this one's on. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was like, why in the heck? Yeah, when I corrected that issue with I didn't put it back on the desktop, so I opened the one on the desktop. That's why it's dummy. All right, so anyway, I need to take weekend switch and put that here, like so. I'm just making sure I didn't typo it, and I still want it named message cab. So now what will happen is when I run it through Make 3DO, it's going to say, okay, load that pass file. All right, apply this population switch with these parameters. Okay, this is just remarks as far as what's going on in this line. So for the weekend state switch, it's going to say, okay, population switch, and this testing mode, not going to show anything. During both these two testing, raise, qualify, all that stuff, the model will show, and I'll have all that function for the population switch as well. So when I spit that out, it's going to be all self-inclusive. Again, hopefully that makes sense. Alright, so we'll do file, save that, and I'll have to take this one and put that in my Make 3DO. So these two ones that I just now resaved, I'm going to paste, copy and paste these into a Make 3DO. So I'm going to overwrite these, so that'll be new, and that was new. Cool. Awesome. So I didn't change anything to the pass files. That's still going to remain the same. The only thing I added was a weekend switch to both those scripts. So now it'll add those functions during testing to not show for the weekend switch. So now I'm going to go make the command prompt and run those back in. I'll do a F8. We'll do the message center first. That's good. Cool. Spit that one out. Now I'll do the cab. Just rename this. Ignore the parameters. Spit that out. So now I got my two new 3DOs. Right? Now I'm going to cut these out and paste them into our track edit folder. Now I still have the original 3DOs in our working folder. Right? So I still have those to fall back on if I bork something here. Again, always helps to have backups. So it's like, because I got the working folder with those original 3DOs those initial 3DOs that I created already, I'm going to put these two that I just made in the track folder. I'm going to test them out as far as the state switch variables under the weekend switch and make sure everything works. Once those work, I can put those back in my working folder once I can confirm that. Alright, so let's cut these out and put those in our track edit folder. Alright, so paste and replace these here like so. These are both newer. Now I need to reload the track. So I want this one here. Now I'm going to run it through its paces here as far as, especially in weekend switch. So right now we're in race mode. When you always initially load the track, it's going to be in race mode. Okay, so let's just kind of pan over here to the message center. So we got both the truck and the trailer. Alright, Just gonna focus it on there. Now I'm gonna set these state switch variables. So let's go. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. So weekend to, we're gonna set this to 0. They shouldn't be showing. Now if I set this to 0, both the cab and the trailer should be gone. All right. This is what we're looking for. So we set this to 0. Whoops, my bad. Both of them are gone. And that's what we want so far. Now I'm going to check the population switch to make sure that's still working. So in testing mode, we're good. It's not showing us, and that's the way we designed it. Okay. Saw the chat flying there, and it's just like, okay, does the shot slots and scold? How do we do it? Well, you scolded it. You got some there. That's good. Man, you just went through all of them, didn't you? Nothing on the slots. Looks like 2. Is that 2 for 3 again? Yep, 2 for 3 again. Well, if you want to include the scold, I guess that's nice. Slot machine is busted. That thing needs maintenance, huh? Alright, so anyway, under testing mode, we can confirm we got just the safety vehicles, and that's all good to go. So it's kind of pointed this way, actually. So yeah, we can see in testing mode we got some people in the stands and so on. Let's kind of focus it right here, actually. Now let's check it through. I'm gonna go run it through all of them here. So 1, which is going to be practice, qualifying, so on, it does show. That's the way we designed it. So during, we got the haulers in here as well as that, so it is showing. That's good. Now during race, that's the way we, that's the initial state when you load the track. Now you got everything else. Now everything's in here to include that cabinet. Now for population switch, I'm gonna try that one. Make sure that still works, to make sure that it's at least removing the cab. So this is via pressing the O key. If you want to turn some of the objects off as you're driving, like this cab part of it, the trailer should still remain, but the cab should depopulate. Alright, so we'll switch this over to, just want to make sure all of our state variables are working. So I'm going to set this over to population and go to 0, so that doesn't show, and the cab is gone. And just to confirm, cab is gone, and that's what we want. So now we have the option when we hit the when you depress the O key within the sim, the only thing that'll go away is the cab, but the trailer will remain. So everything's working. So it's just as simple as that. As far as this, the structure of your script like that is just that simple. It's as far as if you want to add a weekend state switch, a population switch, any combination of those two. But there we go. We got all of our state switches I think we want. We don't want that to show during testing, and that's exactly what we have right now. And we're going to go and test this out in the game itself. So I'm going to put this back to a 2, so it brings everything back. Cool. To include that cab. And I don't need to save the track again. When you do that, when you're just testing things like that, you haven't changed anything to the track, right? So that's all fine and good. So just by testing those things, those state switches like that, that's not changing the track. You're just testing things out like that. What really requires, I guess, to do a new game save or what have you, or a new PTF, I should say, is if you're making physical changes to the track as far as objects, trackside decals, object, all that's geometry, any of that does require a new PTF. Should, anyway. Don't ever try to save over an existing PTF for the most part. Like I've shown there, it's just like depending on how much work you've actually done within the PTF session, kind of determines whether or not you should save over the PTF or make a new one. If you've done a lot of work, I guess, within the PTF, definitely save a new one. So that's kind of something that I always tend to preach, I guess, as far as making tracks in this fashion. That was minimal things that we changed there, so I just saved over that PTF. And even if that PTF did work out, there's not much work that I'm losing to go back to the last one I know that works prior to applying what I had and just starting over. So just kind of saving myself some work that way. Alright, so that's all done. all tested. So now all we got to do to this point is get these models into the track along with our PTF. I'm going to copy this over to our game track directory. Got a lot of folders open here. I think what I can do at this point is just close this one. I don't need that one. I still have this open here if I ever need anything much. I think I'm done with the sample script, but I'll leave that open here. I'll just close the folder. But what I do need is game track directory. So let's go into that and apply our PTF and our models. So we can test it out in the sim itself. So we'll go into here, paste our PTF. We're going to back this one up. Again, just so that we don't have to navigate too far. If something terribly goes wrong, we'll know we will have this available in here. This one's already been backed up within our PTF track edit directory. So once we can confirm all this works here, we don't need this in here anymore. Alright, so I want to rename our PTF to the name of our track. Copy that. Rename. Paste. Alright, so our PTF is set. Now all we got to do is apply our new models and texture. So we go back to our track edit directory and grab those, which I remember where to put that there. So we got message center. Man, I'm having a brain fart with that. Good grief. So yeah, we should have message center, which is our MIP. Where did it put? Oh, put it down here. I didn't sort them. That's why it's like, what the heck? It should be right next to them. Let me resort this. Refresh. There we go. I was gonna say they should all have been in a line here. Yeah. So we got our message cab, message center, and our texture. Copy all of that to our game track directory. Right here. That's really the only other thing we've added here. So we got our PTF and everything else that's accompanied to that PTF applied into our game track directory. You can now test it out there. Before I go into the track here, I'm going to take a quick little bio break, and I'll be right back, and we'll get this tested out. So just give me a moment. I'm going to minimize here for a second. So don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Let me tone this down a little bit. Apologize for the delay there. Now, what I was thinking of, I guess, as well, I was on a bio break. I want to be able to position the camera. I'm going to see if the camera control master will work for me. But also, I want to be able to invoke a caution myself. within the track, right? So I want to be able to do that. So in a way to do that, okay. First thing I need to do before anything, I need to set my wheel up, I guess, for Enter 2003. Alright, so we get that to load up here for a second. Alright, I switch this over to Enter 2003. Change my persistence and all that jazz. Alright. Good. Now, I don't want to load it from here. I want to load it from the camera control master. I just want to make sure that was loaded so that I can pan around. So, set that up, and hopefully, camera control master will behave. It can be very temperamental itself. Let's load this up. Okay. Alright. Let's move this out of the way a little bit. So let's launch it. Gonna work. Looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it. My last jackpot broke it. Probably. You've had a few, that's probably not surprising. Yeah, just gotta wait for... I know that's something you guys didn't necessarily see in the stream, but it's got like a delay, I guess, as far as they have this running the multiple monitors. Okay, so now it's loaded. Alright, now I need to go into... what I need to check first is options. And go to here. I think I got it set up for a yellow. That's what I needed to see. So that's a 3. I want to be able to invoke a yellow flag without having to drive around and cause one. So I got that set up on my commands here. Okay. Good deal. So what I can do is go into single race. So not only can I pan around, I'll be able to invoke a caution flag at my will. Alright, so let's load this up. Okay, so right off the bat, we're on that. In this mode here, we're in turns 3 and 4. So that message center of the cab is going to be to the left of this camera position, kind of out of screen. So what I'm going to do while I'm in camera 1 here, let's kind of expand this out. I should be able to go this way. Yes, yes. So I can move over here like this. So now what we want to do, we can see that it's in here in practice, happy hour, whatever you think. So it is showing with welcome fans. That's good so far. Okay, so we're in that mode. Let's jump out of this. What I want to do is go into all these sessions basically and just see what we observe here, what's happening. Okay, so far we're working good. So we're in practice right now. So we're seeing the welcome fans with the truck and trailer. So if we go to qualifying, it goes to a blank screen. Okay. It's kind of, again, by design. Alright, so if we go to happy hour, it should go back to welcome fans. Sweet. You can see how that switches. What I really wanted to get a look at here too, let me zoom in here a little bit more. I wanted to really see that transition of the screens. Let's zoom in on this. It's kind of why I wanted to use the camera control master actually. Alright, so we can see that switch. So it goes to a blank screen when you go into qualifying. Okay. Now we're in happy hour. It goes back to welcome race fans. Now we'll go to race. It should still say welcome race fans. See, it kind of blinked there. That might be a little bit glitched there.
Drivers, to your cars.
I don't know if that's the way I got that set or not. I'm going to have to look at that again. If I go back here, it's welcome fans both in practice and happy hour. You can see it kind of flutters there just a little bit. So I think that is primarily, it's doing what I'm telling it to do based on the script. So what it's basically doing, if you remember how we set that up there during a race, we've got it set up on an initial frame to show the blank, but then it'll go blank, blank caution, right? So it doesn't stay on the welcome fans, I guess, during the race. See, it kind of blinks there, and that's kind of by design. That's the way that it's only doing what I told it to do by the script.
To your car.
So what I need to do now, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna retire. So far, it's working the way I've got it designed.
Drivers, start your engines.
The way it's scripted anyway. So I'll go ahead and retire. I'll wait till they move. Here we go.
Driver to your car.
Okay, now I'll set this to live. Okay. And then let me just switch this to another car, just so I can see what's going on. And I'll flip back and forth between that and the pit camera 1, just to see what it's doing. Okay, so they're racing. So right now it should just be blank. Yep, they're in green flag. So let's go to pit lane 1. So it is back to welcome fans. Okay. So it does go blank until it goes green flag, then it goes back to welcome fans. So that's kind of by design. That's almost pretty much the same way the default one works. So it goes to blank screen until it goes to green flag, which they are right now, and goes back to welcome fans. So until a caution comes out, and I'm going to invoke one here if one doesn't come out before I do that, it should blink in that pattern that we've got designed in the script, the caution and blank. So what I'll do at this point, and I think because I retired it won't let me do it, so we might have to shoot. I screwed that up. I needed to be in my car. I should have probably just parked it somewhere, because I won't be able to invoke that without being in my car. Kind of hoping maybe a caution would come out. May not though. Alright, it's pit lane 2. Yeah, I should have stayed in my car. I'll probably have to change it. So far it's working the way it's designed, the way it's scripted anyway. It does go to a blank screen until it gets a green flag and it goes back to welcome fans. That's what I was. But you do see it flutter there for a little bit as it switches, so that's the beauty. Kind of seems that maybe a caution will come out. May not though. These cars are pretty solid on this. Go back to pit lane 1. Let's see if I can reset this here a little bit. Let's do delete. Turned out pretty good though. I like it. Yeah, I think I might have to test this again and stay in my car, just park it somewhere, and actually, so I can invoke that yellow flag myself. That's the only downside. So we've tested everything else so far. It's turned out pretty good. Let's go back to here. Let's see if maybe I can accelerate this. Maybe a caution will come out. Not yet. It'll show me in the progress there. Nope, it's complete. So it didn't do a caution, so I'm gonna have to redo it again. I'll just basically restart this race session, and I'll just have to park my car. So you can see it flickers like that. That's what we expect. Alright.
Drivers to your car.
So I'll go to my car, and what I'll do this time is just kind of park it. Crap, I don't have my wheel over here.
Drivers, start your engines.
Crap. I can probably just stay on I'll just stay on pit road here. Where's the brake? I'll just stay right here on pit road and just let them. I should be able to just yeah, I should be able to stay here. I'll let them take the green.
I'll call the green there.
I'll let them take the green flag and do a lap or two before I actually invoke the caution, and then I'll go ahead and monitor that that pit cam to see what it's doing. And I can always look at the replay too. But I at least want to get. Okay, there's the green. I'll let them do a lap or two before I actually invoke it.
Paint card. In turn 1.
Uh-oh. Did the caution come out? Oh, it's probably because I'm staying here on pit road. That's probably why. Because I haven't gotten moving yet. So the spotter's going to barking at me a little bit. That's fine. Alright, now I'm going to bring out a caution. Let every full field go by. And caution.
Halo's out. Keep digging. Caution's going to be out. All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line.
Now let me retire. And now we can go watch the replay. So, go back to pit lane 1. And we can see this here. So this should happen just before that. See, that's a little too fast. So I'm going to have to change some of that a little bit, but you get the idea. It's a little too fast. But it does actually switch. You can see it going back between the... see, and that's designed more for a caution light. So a lot of those frames will have to be adjusted accordingly. Just to accommodate. That's obviously a little bit too fast. We're going to have to stretch it out a little bit as far as like how many frames, I guess, in between the blank and the caution. But you see the initial result, I guess, as far as it anyway. Looks pretty good. Turned out pretty good. Yeah, it is. You can see it flickering. It'll kind of flicker. It flutters there at the end of the cycle. And again, like I said, it's designed more for a track condition light as opposed to this type of thing. So I'll have to make some adjustments to the script to actually accommodate it, to have it go a little bit slower so that it doesn't go so fast. So yeah, for the most part, it's working. Working pretty good. Alright. So let's get out of that. We're done there. All of it seems to be working just fantabulous. Alright, let me go ahead and do this while I'm at it. Just so I know. Oh, I didn't realize you're gonna check the replay. Well, that's gonna be the replay. I'm gonna go ahead and put a clip in here. So I can highlight that. That's something I'll go by there because that's actually turned out pretty good. We just gotta adjust that, and I'll do that for a little bit here, and we'll kind of play with that a little bit as far as to get it to slow down, not be so fast. Alright, let's get out of this. So, particularly with just the message center, that's the only thing we really need to mess with there. I'm going to open this in Notepad++ because I'm going to have several lines I'm going to need to adjust here. So, basically what it boils down to is I need to make the blank longer. You know, so the blank screen needs to be a little bit longer. So I'll have to do like maybe so many frames, I guess, a blank, and then one a caution, so that'll go blank, 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 caution, blank, 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 caution, for example. So right now, it's set up to be, just to kind of go through this really quick, we got caution, blank, caution, blank, caution, blank, and that's why it's really fast. So I got to add some more blanks in here, basically. So at stage 6, we'll leave that at caution. We'll do blank. Let's do 3 blanks and then a C. So I'll just change this to B. So we'll have caution, blank, 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 and then a caution. Blank, 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 and then another caution. I'm leaving the frames on it. I'm just changing how long the blank actually stays there before we get a caution. Okay. I lost my spot. So let's go back to the beginning. So we got caution, blank, 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 caution, blank, 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 caution. So I'm putting like 3 blanks before the caution. Okay, so we'll do another blank. Okay, once again, I keep losing my spot. So caution, blank, 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 caution, blank, 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 caution, blank, 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 caution. So I'm only having to change like that middle, like every other C to a B. Okay, so then blank, 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 caution, cool, blank, caution. So I'm at this point. Blank. Change this to a B. Blank. Caution. Blank. 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 Caution. Blank. Blank. Blank, blank. Caution. It's like when I'm going to the next. Yeah, kind of scroll over here, just making sure I got 3 blanks, 1 C. 1, 2, 3. Caution. Blank, blank. Caution. Blank, caution. Yeah, okay, so that should work. So basically what that's doing is I've added more blank. The blank screen is going to show before the caution, so that should slow it down potentially. So I'm still maintaining the same number of frames, just how long I guess one of the frames, one of the screens shows. So as opposed to having it hold on the caution or hold on the blank, I'm putting more emphasis on the blank, holding on that one. So I'm going to save this, and this is on the desktop. Yeah, save that. Now I need to reapply this script for the center into the Make 3DO and make a new center. This is going to be a direct replacement for what I've already applied. So I've already done most of the legwork on it. So just do a paste, replace that, run that through script. Oh, what happened here? I don't need that. Yeah, there. Okay, so F8. This one we want to do the center. Okay. So we'll do CENTER. Boom, there's our new model. So we'll do a cut. So far I haven't put that back into our working folder. So once I fix this and confirm it, probably be good to go. Alright, so we'll go into our edit window. Yeah, so we'll paste it here, do a new, but what we really want to test it is in the game. So let's do, copy this into our game track directory. Newer, yes. Cool, so we'll go back in the game, we'll check it that way. And I'll just jump right into just doing the caution right off the bat. We already tested the other function, the other parts of it, so that's all we need to test. Is just the. All right, so let's go. Hopefully this still works. As long as it loads the game, in most cases, that's usually good. All right, so let's go into single race. Give that a second to load. So far, we're doing good. Everything's working out. It's just a matter of slowing down the how fast that animation goes. I guess as far as between the during the caution flag. So we'll do a caution or a single race. So let's set up this camera back over to that spot. Delete. Just pan it over here. Glad this camera control master is working. It's a lifesaver when it comes to being able to do these kind of things. Let's focus that right on that. this up a little bit there. And, alright, let's get out of that. So now we can pan to that. Let's go right to race. Switches over to blank initially before they take the green. We're going to go ahead and just park it.
Drivers, start your
We're just going to stay here right on pit road like we did before.
Is that okay?
I'm going to take at least a lap or two of green before I invoke the yellow flag. And then we'll pan over, I guess, to that and see how our flashes are. Our animation's working.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you.
I could drive over there, that's for sure.
Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that they had that view. Interesting. Pace car's coming in. I did not realize we had that view. That's wild.
Pace car in turn 1.
Interesting. I did not know we had these views in there. That's kind of cool. As far as on that 98 mod. Oh, I've got that camera control master. That's why it's doing that. I was gonna say, why the heck? Yeah, camera control master does use the. Yeah, that's why it's doing that. Never mind. Yeah, that's why it's goofing up. All right. All right, let's bring out the caution.
Tailor's out. Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line.
I'm coming around, get caution, and now I'm gonna get out and return. Now I'm gonna go ahead and check that out. We'll go over to pit lane 1. So you should see they're taking a green flag. So it's on that state. And there's the caution. And it's still a little funky. It's better, but it's still a little funky. We need to slow it down a little bit more. So we got to probably put some more blank in between. But it's definitely slowed down, but it's still a little too fast. We're getting there. It's definitely getting there. Yep. Actually, not too bad. You need to slow it down just a little bit more. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's slow it down a little bit more. So we'll probably have to add a couple more frames of blank before caution. The caution screen. Alright. Alrighty then. So let's go back into that. So yeah, we're definitely making some progress on it. Cool bind. So let's go back into this one. I guess I don't really need to have it in Notepad++, but I guess whatever. So we just need to add some more blank in between the caution, because it's obviously still just a little too fast. So we need to start caution. So we need to go blank, 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 and probably 2 more blanks before caution. So let's do this one as B on that frame. Whoops. Take the C out. Blank, and we'll make this a C. This is where it can become tedious, I guess, in this fashion there. But so now what we got, it starts off as caution, then it goes blank, 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 blank. So we got 5 blanks before caution. Okay, so now we do blank, 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 blank. Caution. Okay, looks good. Blank, 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 caution. Blank, blank. This will be caution. Okay, now we go blank, 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 caution. Blank, 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 caution. I might be getting an extra blank, I guess, in between that. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. We definitely need more blanks in between the caution stream. That's for sure. 1, 2, 3, 5. Three. This is a caution. Blank. Okay, so we'll just do it that way. We'll try it this way. See how this looks. We're just putting more blanks in between the caution is all. So we're actually, as we get back to this, end with caution here, or a blank here, goes back to caution. So go right back to this. Once it gets to the last frame here, 74, it goes all the way back and starts over. So that seems to be a little bit better, at least in theory. So let's do a save. Okay, now we'll copy that over to our main 3DO so we can spit out a new 3DO. Paste that, new, and run that through make 3DO, and F8. There we go. So I'm going to cut this, paste that into our game track directory. So that's where we want to test it. I know I've got that other one in the edit one. I still got the very original one, the initial one that we did, going all the way back in our working folder. So I got that one to fall back on as well. So let's bring up Cam Control Master if this still continues to work. Single race. Alright. Give that a second to load. I think this is gonna do it. I'm pretty confident this is gonna do it. So let's go to continue. Well, we'll find out for sure. Cars load up. Okay, I'm gonna set this camera. Okay, let's set that up right there. Alright. Now let's go right to race.
Drivers, start your engines!
We'll do the same thing before. Just let them take the green before we bring the caution out. And we'll go over there and check it out. And I could be wrong, but that doggone texture for the pit stall lines seems to be off again. I don't know why. I swore I had that all fixed. It's got that orange hue to it.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk
Shouldn't
in
be
front
like
of you.
that.
Go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready.
I could have swore I adjusted all that. Alright, so I'll take the green flag. Pace car's coming in.
Grind. Pace car in turn 1.
Okay, I'll let him come back around again before I bring the caution out. Need him at least one lap in there. What's up, Markio? I'm just testing out the track here. I'm actually testing out a message center. I guess I get as far as I get a caution flag. You get to see some testing here on the fly. So let's bring out the caution. Just invoke the caution.
Gonna be out all the way to the line.
Now I'm gonna let him come around, let the field come around, get the caution. Hope you're doing all right there, Markio.
Pace car in turn 2.
All right, so let's get a jump out of this, and we'll go check out our little message center here. So let's go here. Take it over to pit lane 1. So that's a little bit better. Still a little bit funky. Trying to get this to slow down a little bit. It's kind of a little bit too wonky. I might have to put maybe one more caution in there so it stays on the caution frame, I guess, a little bit longer. But I think I've got it slowed down a little bit more at least anyway. I just want to drop by after I made my dinner. What'd you have for dinner? You gotta tell me what you had for dinner. You can't be just dropping that bomb and not telling me what you had. I know I could probably check it out in the ice world, but so it's looking like I still need to add one more frame of caution after the cautions I already have. Okay. Back in a few minutes. Oh, no problem, Racer James. I think we're in the right direction though. I think I just need to add one more frame for the caution. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think we'll be right there. Definitely slowed it down quite a bit though, that's for sure. Alright, let's go ahead and make some more adjustments here. I made scratch Chinese orange chicken. Ooh, this is the orange chicken. That's just that part. That's all you had to say. Papa Markio demolished it. I wouldn't doubt it. And I've seen some of the creations you've presented there, I guess, in the ice world. There, I was like, holy crap! It's good stuff. Yes, I do need to make some more adjustments to this thing to slow it down a little bit more. So let's go into this. All right. This is the guts, I guess, of what I was just testing. That just to kind of clarify, this is what makes that object I was just testing work. Nope, lightning. Sorry, gotta go. Oh, yikes! Be safe there, Racer James. Must have a storm coming through. Yowza! Yeah, you'll be able to get the VOD. I'm gonna make at least a couple different clips anyway too. As far as this process, it's turning out pretty good so far. I'm happy with the progress so far. Yeah, let's be safe out there, Racer James. Hopefully, freaking storm coming through there. Yeah. Alright, so, yeah, basically this is the guts of that object I was just testing out. And basically what I need to play around with some more are basically these animated frames. All these MSGC, B, and so on, that's basically controlling the frames as far as what frame shows when. And those are defined up here. So the B is a blank screen and the C is a caution. So I need to probably add, I'll keep them the same number of blank ones that I have, but I need to add another caution. So I need to figure out how I can balance this out there by still using the same number of frames that I have available to me. It's going to be a delicate balance here. Alright, so I've got, let's see. So I'll leave that one like it is. So I'll go blank, 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 blank. C, let's change this back to a C. Okay, and we'll go blank, 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 blank. C, we'll change this one back to a C. So I'm kind of eliminating one blank, I suppose, in this fashion. Blank, 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 C. Alright. So let's add one more C. Blank, blank. So basically just after the C I need to add another C is all I need to do. Okay. And I think that should do it, hopefully. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for anyway. Really close, I guess it's kind of just tweaking this out is all. Huh? Change this one to a C. I know a lot of this probably doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense, but basically I'm just trying to space it out. How many B's? So I got more B's as opposed to a C, which is more blank screens as opposed to a caution screen. Alright, so we'll try it this way. See what this does. Save that. Because I only have this many number of frames that I can apply to it. As far as the 74 frames. So I gotta kind of spread that out. So it's just a matter of, yeah, like I said, that delicate balance. So in this case, I need more blanks than I do caution. Which I still have that. So I'll just make sure I save that. That's saved. Okay, cool. Let's get out of that. Now I need to copy this over to my command prompt directory. And we need to spit out new model. Let's bring up my F8. Spit that out. Boom. There's my new model. Now I gotta cut that. Paste it into my game track. That's new. Yes. Now I can go back into the track and check it out again. Let's test the route. Hopefully we're getting there. We're getting there. Launch it. We're getting close to the end of this anyway here. I think we're getting really close anyway. Let's give that a second, I guess, to load that. Kind of a byproduct, I guess, of running multiple monitors anyway. Okay, so let's load this up. Going to race weekend here. And I want to set up that one camera. Pit lane 1, so let's go to this. Swing it out over here. This is what we want to observe. Okay. Beautiful. Now let's get out of that. Go to race. Yep, that flickered a little bit. That's to be expected. Alright.
Drivers, start your engines.
Now all I'm going to be doing is just sitting here on pit road until they take the green. And then I'll invoke the yellow flag again. And then we'll go and observe like that. It's really bugging me. Those pit stall lines are still got that orange or brown hue to it. I don't know why. It's super weird. Thought I had that all blended in, I guess, properly. I guess with the, I'll have to check that out.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. Go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready.
I could be taking the lap too, but I don't need to. I just need to get the initial green flag to go, get the pace car to park it, and then just go be able to invoke the green, yellow flag. Alright, so I'll let them go one lap around, and then I'll bring out the caution.
Pace car in turn 1.
We already know all the other functions work there. We already got to observe. That's another reason why I don't need to really drive around to confirm that further. Alright, so we'll bring a caution out.
Yellow's out. Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line.
Let him come back around and get the caution, and then I'll go ahead and... Alright, that should be good. So we'll go ahead and retire. Now we can put it on pit lane 1. Oh, that's a little bit better. I like that. That's not too bad at all. Oh, buddy, that's fantabulous. I love that. That's looking fabulous. I think that'll work. Maybe just a tad bit fast. Maybe just a tad. But I think it's a heck of a lot better than what we started off with. I like the transition between it too. It's not super wonked out of shape or anything like that either. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Oh, whoops, whoop. I thought I had that set. Second. Let's do that. Where am I at here? Oh, hello. Where's my mouse? Crap. Oh, crap. Where's my mouse? Ah! Damn it. Where's my mouse? There it goes. I lost my mouse there for a second. Hate when that happens. Alright. I think we're good, though. I think we are definitely good. Yeah, baby, yeah. Alright, so let's get out of that. I think we nailed it, folks. It's good stuff. Alright, I need to put a, yeah. That was super freaky. I lost my mouse there for a second. Let me do this, though. I'm going to do clip. And I want to check that one out. So I got a couple different spots there. What the heck is going on here? What? What did I do here? Hopefully I didn't. Had some funky stuff going on in the bot there. Trying to find my mouse. Whoopsie. Alright. So anyway, I think that's pretty much going to do it there. So that's cool. So let's go exit out of that. I think we've got it nailed there, folks. Alright, so let's close the texture. Close some of this stuff up here. Just kind of clean up a little bit. Alright, so now we can confirm our models here for our message center and our cab are good to go. Take this, and this. Copy all that. We're going to put that in our working folder, which is right here. Beautiful. So yeah, that's the same. That's new, and that's new. Cool. We've all confirmed that, so that's going to keep that all together. Fabulous. Let's close that out. We don't need this anymore. This is going to be our new PTF. I guess as far as that, we confirmed all that is working. I think as far as our scripts go, I need to take these two. I got that open. This is our sample one. Yep, just applying a little bit of cleanup here is all. Cut these and put that into. I already closed it. Gotta open that back up. Keep everything together. I still really want to figure out why those 3DSs, I guess, that I did there earlier, I guess as far as why they were loading in there like that, yeah, as far as bringing it from 14, but we were able to fix the mapping, I guess, on the two that we needed there, and we've already seen the results of that, so that's obviously no harm, no foul. The fact that I had to do it in Max 5 as opposed to 14, that was a little bit of a challenge, but oh well. We worked through that. Probably what I'm going to do, I guess at this point, just go ahead and I'm going to throw up a, oh my goodness, what did I do here? Hold on. I screwed up my, what the frick did I do here? Where did my, oh damn, what did I do here? I screwed up my bot here or something. I'm just gonna fix this here for a second. Oh well. I'll fix that later. I'm not sure what I did there. I was trying to find the mouse. I think I clicked on some stuff I didn't want to. Oh no. Alright, so I want to get this set up so I can do a race in here. I think this would be cool. That's where I'll close it off. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. Let's do this. Put that on. We'll turn this one off. I'm gonna bring the wheel over. I'm gonna do some racing. Heck yeah, let's do that. A short little race in here, and we'll see that function in there. All right, let's bring the wheel over. Alright, just had to mute the mic there, I guess, for a second there, so I bring the wheel over there. It gets pretty noisy, I guess, as far as moving that over, so. Alright, so let's launch this thing up. Let's do some racing. Practice that out there. So go to single race. Oh, give that a second to load. I really don't know what I did with my bot there. I lost all the... I collapsed something down there. Hopefully it's still up there. It's showing it's online. Hopefully it's okay. Alright, let's go. Continue. Yep, this is where I'll finish up the stream here. We'll just do a little bit of a short little race here. I'm not going to worry about qualifying. I'm just going to go ahead and right in the race. Let's go right in the race. Start at the back of the field. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, it's really bugging me with that. With those pit stall lines. It shouldn't get that brown or orange hue to it. And it shouldn't. I got to look at that too to make sure. Got that all squared away. Whoops. Wrong gear. Yeah, I don't know why they're like that color. I thought I had that all set, I thought. I'll have to check it out, like I said. It's always hard getting that balance out between being a 3DO or a TSD.
Go get them. Alright, man, pace cars in. Get ready.
So I got it on full pace lap. So you can see it's got the blank screen. It should go to welcome fans once we take the green. We won't be able to see it till we come next time around. Alright. See how far I can work my way up here. Come on, guys, just slow pokes. Let's go. Oh, crap. Hold on to it. Yep, so it's on welcome fans. That's good. Awesome. I might just invoke a caution myself.
Outside.
This guy doesn't do one for me.
Still there. Clear high.
So I'm gonna get a couple laps in here at least anyway.
One inside. Clear. 22. 0.3. 9. 1. Inside.
Alright, that would be a caution. There, it's a caution. Nice.
One inside. Clear.
Sorry, guy.
Digging.
Gotta test these things out.
All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line. Hit road close. Hit road close. Caution's out. Caution's out. Go ahead and get caught up.
Oh, crap. Pile up there.
0.4.
Everybody woed up there.
0. 8. Kind of got a couple cars stuck on the bottom here. In turn 3.
Keep going.
Stay behind. 47. Stay behind. 47. Slow down, Junior. We got a speed defender on it.
It might be a little bit fast yet, but for the most part, it doesn't look too bad. Might need to tweak it just a little bit more, but it's definitely slowed down quite a bit just from where I had it.
Down the back stretch.
Yeah, I might need one more frame, I guess, of caution, so I'll have to balance it out, maybe 3 and 3. So 3 on blank, 3 on caution. I think that'll do it. So right now I think I got 4 on blank, 2 on caution. So if I do 3 and 3 and just balance it out that way, I think that'll balance it out pretty nice. Probably do it that way.
1 minute 4.18 1.
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit too fast. Not staying on the caution as long, and that's to be expected. I guess it's got right now it's 4 blank and 2 caution. I'm sorry. So if I do 3 caution and 3 blank, yeah, that'll balance it out nice. Okay.
20.
Let's take mental notes.
0.04 1.
So far, that's about 3 laps of caution. At least it's blinking. That's a good thing. Alright, so we've got How many more laps this one? We got 20 lap race. Okay.
5.103.
Yeah, so now I shouldn't have that wonkiness that I had the camera control master on there. Let's go right. We'll go this way.
Leave one to go right here.
It's a good view.
Stay on the outside row. Stay behind.
Yep, so it turned off. Cool.
Outside row.
Rod of caution. One ring go back green. So I went back to blank screen.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice first hit. I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. 42. 8. 2. 0. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Okay.
Yep, went to welcome race fans. Cool. Got me a nice view there.
Side. Clear. 81.9. 7. 7.
Get the tires warmed up.
Stay high.
Oh crap. Gathered up.
Clear. One inside. Still there. 22.06. 7. Inside. Clear.
Ooh, drifted way up there.
One inside. At your door. Still there. 10 to go. Next time. 10 to go.
We're
Next
halfway
time.
there, boys.
21.5. 4. 3. Stay high. Clear. One inside.
Oh, crap. Oh, man, we got it.
Yellow's out.
There's the yellow again.
Caution's gonna be
Oh,
out.
I got some damage on that one.
All the way to line. Clear. Caution's out. Caution's
Got
out.
some fender damage on that one.
Caught up. 22.75. 2. They're all over the racetrack in turn 4. Pit road's closed. Pit road's closed. Stay behind. Pit 47.
Is it closed? Yeah. It's got a red flag on there.
Our main pit
Yep,
road
just
will
brought
be
out the
open
green.
this time.
Oh, next time by I'll be
Second
able
time by.
to go in. Yep. That's working too. Just kind of test that out too, as far as the pit protocols.
1.964. Slow down, Junior. Got the heat fender
Oh
on
crap.
it. Stay behind. Pit 47.
We're gonna come in and fix our damage. Green flag, come in.
Pit road speed 45. Need to amend membrane 5,000 second gear. Membrane just get it stop square where the sign is. The pace card in turn 2. The pace card down the back stretch.
Uh-oh. My bad.
The pace card in turn 3.
What the heck?
The pace card in turn 4.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
Front stretch here. Okay, go. Pit
Whoops.
road speed 45. Need to amend membrane 5,000 second gear. Pit road speed 45. Need to amend membrane 5,000 second gear.
Oh,
Don't speed.
don't
You're
wanna
not
speed.
here. Membrane 5,000 second gear. The pace card in turn 1. The pace card down the back stretch. 1 minute 18.03. 3. The pace card in turn 3. Clear to the wall. They're all clear. Go hard. Stay behind. Pit 17.
Now I think I'm a lap
There you
down.
Go hard.
Lap down, yep. I'll be coming from a lap down. Still got some holes in my fenders, but hopefully the car will hold up.
5 to go. 45.14. Leave one to go right here. Line up single file.
And we're gonna have like 3 laps, looks like. That's what it's gonna be. Lap 15.
Man, I'll call the green there. Tighten the ship. I'll watch in front of you.
See if we can make this lap up. I doubt it though.
5.054. Alright, man, pace cars in. Get ready. Break again. Point 003. One outside, edge door. Clear high.
I don't want to be the meat in that sandwich.
Clear.
You guys need to get moving. Holding me up here.
2 to go.
2 to go. All right, here we go.
1.865. One outside, edge door. Clear high. Outside. Clear. One outside.
The heck out of my way.
Clear high. Outside. Still there. White flag, one to go at the line. Outside. 20.
Checker flag.
1.635. Clear high. Still there. Clear.
Not the best of finishes, but we'll take it.
Flag right here. You've done a good job. Appreciate you working that hard there, Ian. Tailor's out. Digging. Caution's going to be out. All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line.
Reckon they got a lot of tempers flaring.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle man member 5,000 second gear.
Alrighty then. I think that's gonna do it, folks. I'm testing her out, so we got a little bit of tweaking to do yet. I'll do that off stream there, but I think that's a pretty good, solid progress there, I guess, on the creation of that. Taking Racer James's message center object, I guess, and being able to apply the scripting and animations to it. Pretty solid effort. Just kind of give you a little bit of racing, I guess, like that. I always like to try to squeeze that in there whenever I can, as far as to test the things out, as far as overall progress with the map, with the track, I should say. So, I don't know if we got anybody else in here for a raid or anything like that. I think I'm just going to end it right there. I appreciate everybody that did stop by to see what we got going on over here. I guess for Spline Design Studios Saturday. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the follow button for the next time channel goes live. I'll probably be streaming again at the latest by Wednesday for Wreckfest Wednesday, supporting Wounded Warrior Project, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can also feel free, I guess, to check out the social medias, as far as the Twitter, our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page, and the Discord. I will get some more information, as I mentioned earlier part of the stream there, to get the sample PSG scripts, if those are necessarily required or recommended, what have you, I guess, for those that care to want that. Be on the lookout for that, as far as to check that page out for that, as far as on the other information for the Spline Design Studios website. I do appreciate everybody coming by here, see what I had going on today. I know we had some biddies going flying around there earlier. Appreciate from VH and Smart Alec. Hope you all have the wonderful rest of your Saturday. And we'll see you again real soon. Bye for now.